conclude that Madam, that.
You can be brief. It's enough. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So now I request, Professor Kamalakshi Tarsad, Madam, to take over the session. So I request you, Madam. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Uchegada sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all. And it's really prestigious and very pleasure for us. The Department of Political Science is hosting international conference, and this is the third session. And morning from 7:30 we completed successfully 2 more sessions, and deliberations also went very well. And today we have amidst us 3 important speakers, even four important speakers. I would consider Uchegada is also one of the contemporary thinker of economist in this. So we have Professor S.R. Keshav from Bangalore University, Dr. Kishpra Jain, and Dr. Anish Gupta. Anish Gupta is already there. I am seeing sir. And these 3 speakers will be given 15 minutes to each to speak on the contemporary relevance issues and how economic path is taking us, and how we have to be very cautious in future about knowing about our economics, because today the individual are in a shock that what is going to happen. We don't have any source. How are you going to survive is a question before us. Survival from the because today we are heavily dependent on the state. Today we used to talk about the today I'm quelling the liberalist argument that state is downsizing of the state or cutting the edge of the state. No, today state has expanded its horizon. For me, state is an octopus. Whenever it wants, it can just hold us, or it can just stretch its legs and give us the facilities. So we have seen, state has exhibited its strength. So with this brief introduction, I would like to thank my colleague Dr. Ramesh again for this, and now I request the organizer to give 15 minutes to each to the speakers, and after that we can give 5 to 10 minutes deliberations, and if the delegates have the questions, they can type in their boxes with the name of the presenter, so that the presenter, when other person will be presenting, presenter can note down those questions and they can go for an answering session. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kamalakshi ma'am. I heartily welcome another speaker, Professor Keshav, who is joined from Bangalore University, Department of Economics. Welcome you. Over to us.
Sir, shall we start now?
Yes, sir. You can start, sir. One by one, you can start with your.
Firstly, I think Professor Keshav sir is going to be delivered the lecture. Keshav sir, namaskar sir. Sir.
I'm ready.
Mr. Professor Keshav sir. Sir?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Sir. Sir, I think Madam, she allotted 15 minutes for each, that resource persons. So, sir, Professor Keshav sir is, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Professor Keshav sir to this, all the participants. I think sir is a well-known economist in Karnataka. Most probably all of us are well known about Professor Keshav sir. Sir is today is going to be deliver lecture on the COVID-19 and Indian path to economic recovery. So before sir is going to be presenting his lecture. I will Department of Economics at the Bangalore State. So he is one of the well-known teacher as well as a researcher on economic issues in television channels. So both national as well as the state level. So sir has written 9 books which includes economics from New Age publication, New Delhi. So he is also resource person for economic survey published by Planning and Financial Department, Government of Karnataka. So he was a core committee member to evolve methodology for the green GSDP methodology for Karnataka. So, sir has presented more than 160 research papers in national as well as international seminars, and sir has delivered more than 150 invited addresses, which also include is a session at a knowledge resource center as at various universities. He is published around 100 articles in reputed journals and edited many books. So he has delivered more than 26 keynote and valedictory address at various national as well as international seminars. And sir has chaired that many number of technical sessions in the national as well as international sessions. He is a technical committee member of a Karnataka Evaluation Authority, and also he was a panelist for more than 150 to 200 live program, so pertaining to economic issues on television in various Kannada channel. I think most of our Karnataka people are well known about Professor S.R. Keshav sir. So with these, brief introduction, I welcome Professor Keshav sir this, that international webinar. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Please, I will.
Thank you. Hope I can start. Yes.
Okay, sir. Please. Sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Harish, for your wonderful introduction. And I wholeheartedly thank Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi School of Social Sciences for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my views on recovery path for the Indian economy. So, respected Chairperson, Professor Kamalakshi G. Thodasat of the present technical session, then fellow resource persons, Shipra Jain and Amit Gupta, and of course, Faroz Ahmad and Dr. Ramesh. Indeed, very happy, without wasting much of the fellow participants. Probably, almost all of us probably will agree with the fact that the COVID-19 has impacted all the economies in this world and almost all sections of the society in this world. Either it may be the advanced countries or less developed countries or developing countries, the impact is there. Either it's a rich section of the society, middle class of the society, or the poor section of the society, the impact is definitely there. But the crucial thing is the magnitude of it, the magnitude of the impact differs from country to country, from the section of the society to society, from the sector to sector, right? If at all, if an individual is poor, it will have more impact on him. If he is a rich person, it will have a less impact on that particular person. But the impact is definitely bound to be there on all the persons, on all the sections of society, and on all the countries in the world, right? And kindly mute. Yeah, when we see the financial institutions report, almost all the financial institutions have said one positive thing about India, that it may have a positive growth, right? Almost all the advanced countries in the world are projected with a negative growth in 2020. But World Bank, IMF, and many other financial institutions say India may have a positive growth of around 1.9% and or up to 1.5 to 2.8%. So this is one important thing. But here, earlier when the Prime Minister went in for the lockdown of the entire country, he said one important thing. He said, "Jaan hai to jahan hai." If at all, if there is a life, then we will definitely care in for the livelihood. But then the situation was that India had only, kindly mute, India went in only for the fives. India had just 565 persons who were infected at that point of time. And now, with the infection has crossed more than 2 lakh persons. And now, we are, Prime Minister Modi ji is saying, "Jaan hai to jahan bhi hai." Lives are also important. Livelihood is also important. Why exactly there is a change in the strategy of the government? What exactly will be the issues that which will be emerging out of this new strategy? First important thing that which, if at all, if we observe it carefully, our workforce, right, 92% are dependent on the unorganized sector for their livelihood. Only 8% are dependent on the organized sector for their livelihood. It is not that they intentionally went in for the unorganized sector, did not have any other option. But here the crucial thing is the strategy that which India adopted, right? India adopted initially to break the link of the COVID-19 was stay where you are, right? Stay where you are. Strategy during the lockdown was stay where you are. So trace, treat, test, then quarantine those individuals who are infected with it and go with the and travel history, trace the travel history and do it. So now this changes strategy is also there. I will come to it little later. Now the most important thing that which we observe here is all these years governments encouraged people to work, right? Down all these years government encouraged people to work to earn their own livelihood. But once when we went in for the lockdown, government prevented the people from working. It said you stay at your place, right? You stay at your place. We will provide you with provisions, right? We will provide you with the provisions. We will provide you with the nominal money. This is what the changes strategy was. Earlier, it was just earn your livelihood. We will try to help you. But now you stay indoors, right? When we say work at home, that comes only to this 8% of the people who are in the organized sector and not to for the entire 8%, 8% of the workforce. So only limited of that organized sector can work from home. The rest of them cannot work. So government said, we will provide you everything. We will provide you the basic things. So this is the first strategy of the government that which happened. Then what happened? Then, people went in for economics. No, whatever is required, whatever was required at that point of time, only for which they went in for that. Say, only the essential things was spent, right? Money was spent only on the essential items, and it was basically in economics, and taste, preferences changed of the people, right? This will have its impact on the coming days to come. That is why I'm trying to go with this. The taste preference of the people change, production pattern also there may be a change in days to come. And what exactly are the things? And now some economists are also coming out with the argument that earlier strategy was polluting the environment, and we also purchased so many goods and services which was not required. They were redundant actually. It was just for the exchange of goods and services to make money. They were dumped in so many goods and services through the manipulative advertisements. We just went in for that. And now what they're saying is, can we just go in for green technology, green techniques of production? Number one. Number two, can we just avoid all those redundant goods and services straight away so that we'll be polluting less? So here the question is, can we which will cost relatively a little higher in the initial days, number two. And the third one is, can we still provide the same amount of employment if at all, if we remove, right? If you remove certain sections, right? Certain sections of the goods and services away from the productions. And the third important issue that which will emerge is, will the life return to normal, right? After the COVID-19, will it be back to the days of pre-COVID? Or the world will be same? Can we predict it? What will be the change in case if we can do it? If at all, if we can predict the new equilibrium, can we gear up for the new normal? Because the new equilibrium will be altogether different, right? The new equilibrium will be altogether different. Can we gear up for the new normal? So these are the issues. And now the COVID exit policy, right? COVID exit strategies, right? COVID exit strategies are already there. So, but it's full of uncertainties, right? Because it's an unprecedented situation. We do not know what exactly should be done. So it's uncertainties galleries also over there. Now, what's the strategy? We will revive the economy. We'll definitely revive the economy, but physical distancing is a must even in the production area, right? In the workplace, wear mask in the public places and the workplaces. Then importance to hygienic, right? Use sanitizers. So these are the issues. So now, what it may lead to? What is the probability, right? So we are trying to revive the business when the infections are increasing. So people work, right? People start to work. They mix, they spread, right? The spread of the probability of the spread of the infection may also increase, right? So then again, the health expenditure of the government will also increase, and as that of the individual. So will it lead to unrest? So all these are the issues that which, as an economist, I just want to put it in front of you. And we don't have the exact answers for them, but we will try to take ourselves away, what exactly may be the probable solutions for it. And another important thing is, majority of the migrant workers, right, they are heartbroken. They have reached back their natives, and many have suffered a lot. Majority of them have suffered. And recently I considered a house out of which I made a quick survey, calling them, and taking their friend's number, and I asked around 90%, 96% to be in fact the migrant workers, and asked them, will you come back to the Bangalore? 25% of them said they will never come back to Bangalore whatsoever. Even if they die, let me die in our place. And 30% of them said we are not sure of answering it right now. We cannot answer your question. And 45% of them said, once the production activities start, we will come to Bangalore. So here, what are the issues that will arise? The issue is, these migrant workers who have gone back to their native places, right? They have gone back to the native places. What is the choice left for them? Choice left for them is the government is saying, going for we will increase the MG Narega, work in your village, work in that, register yourself and work for it. All of them cannot because the maximum limit is 100 days per household. That let's not forget it. But now despite that, okay, government is increasing the allocation. But many of them may go back to their fields, right? If they have the land, some of them will definitely go. So dependence on agriculture will also increase. Already in India, the disguised unemployment is high in agriculture. Let us not forget it. So what will happen then, right? All that is an issue that should be answered, right? The dependence on the Indian agriculture will increase. The productivity will fall. Overall productivity may also fall. This issue also will emerge in case if you want to find a solution. Then, MSME, let us come to the another issue which comes to the MSME. So there will be increase in the shifts, right? There will be increase in the shifts because you want to maintain the physical distancing, give importance to the hygienic. So you want to increase the number of shifts, right? Is there a space? Is there a facility for them to do all this? That's number one question. And another thing is, when you go in for all the precautions, then the cost of production will also increase, right? The cost of production will also increase. The price will increase, right? The price will increase. Then will it be competitive? And then will it have the demand in the market? So another thing, the probable thing that MSMEs may go in for is they may go for partial mechanization also. They may go in for partial mechanization. When they go in for partial mechanization, because now the recent definition of the MSME also has been changed, which is in favor of the right, partially will help them because now there's a problem of laborers, right? Problem of your increase in the cost of production. Then what they may think, they may go in for partial mechanization. Then what will happen for the unemployment scenario? Already 11 crore is dependent on the MSMEs in India. So what will happen? India is enjoying the demographic dividend. If they also go in for partial also, I'm not saying fully, even if they go in because the definition is the issue that which, they don't want to lose the micro unit tag. And now within that 1 crore, definitely they will partially go in for mechanization. Then what will happen for the unemployment or what will happen for the creation of the more employment? And then, revival of the real estate also depends on so many issues, right? What happens to our supply chain, right? What happens to our supply chain? The entire supply chain is broken now, right? Bricks, cement, steel, all the prices have shot up. So how will it really start? Will it sustain if it starts? Those are the issues that has to be answered now. And another crucial issue is before going to the solution, service sector, right? Service sector has lost many jobs, and the taste and preferences of people also have changed. When you say that taste and preferences of people have changed, say even without that. So my good friend Harish has not gone to saloon from quite a good number of days. That doesn't mean, say last month, if Harish was going to saloon 4 times a week, 4 times a month, it doesn't mean that once the saloons will be open, he will go 8 times this month. It cannot. So that 4 weeks of, right, 4 times of whatever he used to pay for the saloon, right, for the barber, he would lost that, right? His entire money is gone. And same is the case with the hotel, right? If we, right, as a family, if we go 4 times to outing to a hotel every month, and we cannot say once it is open, right, we will be just going out. And now will it revive, right? Will our taste and preference change, or will we say no, we will not go? So what will happen to those demand? So what are the solutions quickly, because I have another 3-4 minutes. Yeah. So quickly I will move to the solutions, right? What is the road ahead? No, let us not forget these important issues that which I try to raise, because they make an important component in deciding the strategy or in deciding the way forward for this country. So one is relief for the vulnerable, right? 5 important R's that which I try to list out. 5 R's. One is relief for the vulnerable, restore the hope, then reform the sectors, recover the economy by rebooting and restarting the economy towards the green economy, right? Relief for the vulnerable. When I say relief for the vulnerable, then see that, who say migrant worker, poor, disadvantaged sections, you give them the relief, or the senior citizens, give them the relief, right? Give them the relief, transfer more money to them, right? Direct cash transfer can be more to them. Then restore the hope. Now the hope, we are affected psychologically, and we are affected psychologically, that hope should be rekindled, right? That India economy can do it. Yeah, you start your production. That hope should be restored, right? Restore the hope. then reform all the sectors which are creating the deadlocks, right, which are creating the deadlocks, creating the hurdles, the process of growth. Then recover the economy, right, recover the economy, right, recover the economy. When we do that, right, to reboot and restart the economy with the green production techniques, right, restart and reboot the economy with the green production techniques towards sustainable green economy. And what happens now, another important thing, that as a solution, that which, though it is a very difficult one, it's a very unprecedented situation. I just is advocating it is because if all the economies come together, it is not a difficult thing, right? Why is, if all the economies come together, Bank of International Settlement has said, if all the governments come together, then we can come out of this COVID-19 very, very easily. So I just want to go further and say, if all the world economies, right, all the governments and the world governments join together and decide, take a vote, at least for 3 years, we'll not spend more on the defense expenditure. Right? We will not spend any additional money on the defense expenditure. The existing, salaries and all can be paid to them, but will not spend any new money on the defense expenditure. Then, we can come out of this COVID-19, within 6 months, right? We can come out of this COVID-19 within 6 months. The very hard economic impact it has impacted, because money can be sourced from that. Each economy is spending huge amount of money on their defense, and moreover, the countries like China, America are spending a huge amount of money. If at all, if they join together and take a vow, no, yeah, we will not be spending more, and let us take that money and divert it to those countries which are required. It's a very, you may feel this is not the thing which is not going to happen because China is there in your borders, trying to attack you. In that scenario, is this solution feasible? But I feel this is an unprecedented situation. Unprecedented solution will definitely happen if all the governments wishes it. Let India, right, take it way forward and say, yes, come, let us do it, right? If at all, if it happens, then yes. And another important thing is spend now to melt down later. And the government of India is spending around 1% on the fiscal stimulus. So it can think overall it is 10% of the GDP, wherein 9% is on the credit stimulus, only 1% on the, right, only 1% of it as a fiscal stimulus, 9% as a credit support to the various sectors. If at all, if they can think of it, right, if they can think of it and enhancing, at least that instead of giving only 1%, if at all, if we try to give fiscal stimulus up to 2% of our GDP, then, right, it will become very easy to revive the Indian economy. Because, when you see the other countries in the world, we cannot compare the rest of the economies with that of the India, but we can definitely draw some lessons from them. And, the most important thing is strengthen the supply demand chain first, and then, last one, right, 1 minute, I'll just wind up. So the whole basket of commodities should be given now, not just one. Say, single window is available for the industries, at least for the namesake, they say single window is available for the industries. We will not say the same thing for the agriculture. We say, it is available with the banks. You go to the bank, take the credit over there, and fertilizer is available at another person, right, with another person. So at this juncture, it becomes very difficult because the morale, the psychology, farmer is also hit psychologically, and the COVID-19 has hit hard the farmers. It has hit hard the MSMEs. So what we can do, we can provide them the basket of commodities, right? Say seeds, fertilizers, credit, power in a single window, right? So take this. At least we are with you. At least 2 years, if the credit is waived, if the interest is waived for the MSMEs and agriculture, then probably the revival becomes much more easier. So because I have taken almost my 15 minutes. So thanks for this wonderful opportunity. And in the course of discussion, I can answer a few more things. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful that lecture about that COVID-19 and Indian economy. Sorry, sir, because you're having very vast knowledge about the present that pandemic condition as well as that economy. But due to shortage of time, we restricted time 15 minutes. Sorry, sir.
No, it's okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So now I request Professor Kshipra Jain to deliver her lecture. So before Madam is going to be delivering, so I would like to briefly introduce Madam to that that participants. So Dr. Kshipra Jain she is working as an assistant professor at the Department of Economics. So University of Rajasthan. She has done double masters in economics as well as that population studies. So Madam, the doctoral work results are around financial literacy, and she got her PhD degree from International Institute of Population Science, Mumbai. So her research interest includes, but not confined to financial inclusion and literacy, gender inequalities, and aging. She has been invited speaker at various national and international institutes of repute. So she has more than 15 publications in reputed journals, both national as well as so international. So with these brief introduction, so I would like to invite Professor Chipra Jain Madam to deliver a lecture on a transitional phase in education sector, challenges and opportunities amid COVID-19. So over to Chipra Jain Madam. Please, Madam.
Thank you so much, sir, and for the nice words. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, you are audible. Chipra ma'am, one second.
Yeah.
One kind request to all the participants, kindly mute when you are joining. Here I'm also muting. I'll mute all the participants. Later, you please unmute, and if possible, here only I'll unmute ma'am. And another thing that here is heavily raining. This power or internet becomes a problem. Again, I'll try to rejoin. Suppose unfortunately it does not happen, that would be very nice. But kindly be here only. That's suppose if anything goes wrong, then immediately I'll join. Ma'am, please kindly stick to the 15 minutes time. And
sure.
1 second, I'll mute all and I'll give a permission. 1 second.
Okay.
Ma'am, please unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry for
all.
Please.
Okay, so thank you so much for a very nice introduction, and good afternoon to all, to the chairperson, to my fellow resource persons, and to all the participants. I would first of all like to congratulate the university for organizing the conference on such a valid and appropriate theme. So I'll be talking about the transitional phase in educational sector and challenges and opportunities that exist during this ongoing crisis. So before I start with the main topic, I would first like to get your attention on the fact that this century, this the moment we entered into this century is basically a century of transition. It began with the demographic transitions, which we are seeing that a lot of countries in developed world are now entering into fifth stage of demographic transition, which means that their population growth rate is now negative. So they have lesser people to work as compared to the rest of the economies. Then this demographic transition is coupled with epidemiological transition, which means that now we are living longer. Certainly we are living longer, but what is the quality of life years? What is the quality of the added life years to our lives now? It's like we are actually living with more of the diseases which goes with the person when that person dies. And in case of developing economies, these types of disease or this type of transition is actually leading us into a situation which is often known as double burden of diseases. We have communicable diseases on one hand, and we have non-communicable diseases on the other hand. And then as we were progressing in this century, then came 2008-9 when there was the economic recession. The world faced because of the thing that happened in US, because of those subprime crises, there was recession all over. And this recession, it actually gave a clear message to the world that now we are living in a world which is more very closely knitted. There are the boundaries which were very, very prominent, like a few decades back. Those boundaries are losing its meaning when it comes to economic relationships, when it comes to social relationships or social interactions. So whatever is happening in one part of the world, the other nation is going to be affected by it. So it's like there is a saying, that saying actually came up after this the Second World War, I guess. So that saying is now being used for US, and it's like if US sneezes, the entire world catches cold. And this thing was very well felt and very well observed by all the economists, by all the nations when this economic recession took place. Then came the course, the you know the I don't know if I should use the word revenge or no, but yes, then nature came for its own rescue. There were huge natural calamities that we were hearing, getting fire in the so-called lungs of the earth. So all of these things, if I put it together, so it tells me one thing, that we are proceeding towards change. Change is mandatory. We have to change. This is a phase of transition. And if I talk about India specifically, so yes, the present government is, since the beginning, since the time it came into power, so it's always emphasizing on going digital, on using e-technology, on using internet friendly things. It started with demonetization, and it brought to GST and so many other things, and then came the final thing, the COVID-19, which is affected all over the world in a very significant manner. It is assumed that it has been started with China, but when this thing stuck to one nation, I think none of the nation or none of the policymakers had even thought of that. This disease will reach out to so many countries and it will affect the lives in this number. So then the nations came together, and then they started finding out the strategies how to deal with it. So one of the strategy was to lock down the entire economy, and this was done in the city of Wuhan also. So there they somehow they managed to put the virus within that boundary, and it did not spread to rest of the China. However, it spread to far-flung areas like US, where it has it is actually leading the chart. It is actually on the top of the chart when it comes to number of infections because of this thing. So there were a lot of sectors which were affected. If you comes to corporate sectors, so all those sectors which can work from home, which can use this internet technology, they managed to sail through. But what about the other sector? We can see the impact of other sectors, in terms of the business affected, in terms of the employment affected. But education is one such sector which is severely affected, and I won't say that it appears to us that it has adversely affected the education sector, and yes, in short run it has affected, but then there exist some opportunities also. Like how do we have to get the best out of it? There is always a silver lining. So I'll be actually talking about that silver lining along with the challenges. So with this COVID thing, I guess by end of the March, almost schools in 188 countries were closed. The schools were shut down. Some of the private schools have actually adopted for taking classes through Zoom or through different apps, but there was a shutdown, and it affected more than 1.5 billion students. That's a big number. This is about the students. And then if you talk about the teachers, it's not just that, if I talk about education as a whole, so I'm talking about education as an institution. And when I say as an institution, it affects everybody, not just the learners, but also the one who are delivering the lecture. So there were 63 million primary and secondary teachers who were affected, and this is as per the UNESCO report. In India, if I talk about, so there were 300 million children across 1.4 million schools that were affected by this COVID crisis. Okay, so of course, with the closure of the schools, so the students, they were not going to the regular schools as they used to go. And so what is the option left? The option left was that we have to go for this, using internet technology to deliver lectures, and so that students can stick to whatever is being taught to them. They can be, the education can be imparted to them. So when I talk about imparting the education, so one thing that comes to me is, first and important thing is that I need to have an internet connection with me. Now, when I try to study internet connectivity, I see 4 challenges within this broader challenge. First of all, internet connectivity in itself is an issue. It's not that in India, every corner, every village, every house, or every student has access to internet. First thing. Second, if there is an internet, you need uninterrupted power supply. Just like that, Abhi sir has recently mentioned, that there is heavy rains going on over there. And so power supply could be an issue, internet connectivity could be an issue. So this is one thing which is happening because of the rains, but otherwise if you see, you need uninterrupted power supply, which is again a challenge in itself. Then if there is power, let us say there is power, then you need electronic devices, you need computers, you need smartphones, you need tablets or iPads or laptops, anything. But students must have all of these things, any of these things at least, if they want to get the lecture. And not only just this, if in the house there is one laptop or there is one electronic device, it will suffice. No, it will not. If there are two kids and then their classes are going simultaneously, then how will you manage? That resource crunch is there. And if we assume that okay, these things are there very much in abundance, then comes with your familiarity with ICT, information communication technology. You need to have an understanding, you need to know how you have to use it. Lot of time, in fact, I have seen, I have got calls, not from the parents of my own students, but yes, somewhere they were connected and they were asking me how this Zoom app works. They were not aware about it because these things, see, COVID is a sudden change, and so the strategies that have been adopted to address this challenge are also sudden. So again, you need to have familiarity with ICT, and sometimes we do have they are not well versed with all of those things, and then students have to struggle. So there are multiple challenges that we need to understand. Is it working fine? I assume it's fine. And then the another problem that I see with internet is availability of content in your own languages. See, if you go for Google and all of those things, you get a lot of material which is written in English, and to some extent you can get some material on Hindi. But what about vernacular languages? India is a rich nation when it comes to culture, tradition, languages. So how do you deliver to students who cannot read or write or understand Hindi or English? They've been taught in their own vernacular languages. So how will you address those issues? So these are the challenges with adopting the virtual learning. Another major challenge is we are a nation of inequalities. There are inequalities in every aspect, and with this virtual teaching, we are actually creating a one more divide, and that divide is between haves and have-nots. Not all the students are having access to the devices that are needed to have such type of education. They do not have, and a large number of students coming from a weaker socioeconomic segments, they are not having it. And when you are delivering education in this way, this gap, this certain kind of inequality will also get emerged, and then this great divide will be there. And even if students are having, so schools are one thing where students, that's a transitional phase in itself. They are learning many new things and they have to unlearn many other things. So there could be a comparison. There could be like, oh, I am using this sort of laptop, or I am using this sort of tablet. What are you using? It's not possible for every parent to afford these things. So this kind of a divide will also be created. Then we need to revise our curriculum. We cannot go with the curriculum that we had, because that was a curriculum which was designed for 1 year classes with some holidays in between, and there were regularity. And when you talk about a situation like this which is ongoing, you need to revise your syllabus. You just can't go away with it. Another major challenge is when a student goes to a school, he is not just learning what is being taught in the class. There are multiple things that a student learns. He or she learns how to interact with other person, how to make friends, how to build social relations, how to present yourself, how to dress yourself, there are so many things that he learns or she learns which is beyond the curriculum. If you are if you are providing them education through virtual mode, you are losing out on many fronts. So there could be many challenges, but because there is a time limit to me, so I'll stick to these challenges only. And now I'll just talk about the opportunities which we have. So this is one side of the story which I've explained, but as I've always believed that every coin has two sides. So if there is some negatives, there are some positives as well. And the positive is, if we are going for virtual learning, if we are adopting this thing, so basically we are actually encouraging learning anywhere, anytime. It's not compulsory for a student to be, when if you are going to school, you are learning. If you are absent, you are missing out. But in case of this virtual learning, you are actually giving them an opportunity first to learn at their own pace. Not every student in the class has the same learning or absorbing capacity. There'll be a recorded videos, there'll be recorded lectures. So if that student is not able to understand one thing, he or she can go back to that lecture, and he and she can, yeah. So no, I'm not saying that there is a no to online classes. What I'm saying, I was telling you that what were the challenges, and now if we adopt for online classes, because that's the thing that we have to adopt. So those were the questions, and now I'm answering to them. So online teaching is good. One thing, it is good because it promotes, it encourages, any person can learn. And the number of the students, like it was like if they're in the class there are 40 students or 50 students, so the teacher will be teaching only to those 40 students. But with this virtual learning kind of a thing, this 40 could be increased to 50, 60, and number of students can get benefited from the recorded videos. Then another thing is that you will be going for online tests and assessments, which is another way of, see, we often hear this thing that favoritism kind of a thing might happen in a school setup. So this thing, there'll be more of transparency. There'll be more of, so when you are online, when you are assessing them, when you are using those you are taking their online tests, so it is basically telling them where they are actually. Sometimes students, they say that, oh, we did not score well because that teacher does not favor it. So all such kind of things, they will cease to exist. You'll have more of a transparent mechanism. Then it will also transform the skill of our students. See, the previous speaker also mentioned this thing that India is going through a window of demographic dividend. We do have huge number of labor population, but the point is that, are we actually skilled enough to take up the jobs which are likely to come? Somewhere I read in a newspaper that the kids who are born in this generation, in this decade, they'll be working in those jobs which have not been created yet. So we actually need to transform the skill set of our students. We just cannot go with the courses that we used to teach them. There is a lot more that they need to learn. And when they are using internet, when they are taking their classes through this, so obviously when you are actually pushing them into one direction, they'll be exploring it further, and it will help us in improving their in transforming their skill set altogether. And then one more thing that will happen on the part of teachers that I see, teachers collaboration will also increase. Suppose I have to teach a topic, and I'll tell my students that this is a topic, I'll explain it to them. But then suppose there are a few more things that I would like to tell them, but considering the time availability or resource constraint, I can probably tell them that this fellow or this so and so teacher, there is a recorded lecture, recorded video of this teacher. You can actually look for that video as well, because it is also giving a lot of information on the topic that I'm telling you or I'm trying to explain you. So if you talk about the virtual learning, yes, there are challenges, but these challenges can be converted into opportunities, because it also has a positive side, it also has a brighter side to it. And so if I have to find out what could be the new normal, what could be the education system in our new normal, so I'll see. You cannot, even if the crisis gets over, then also the social distancing is one thing that needs to be assured. So one thing is for sure, that the school will be operating with lesser strength because of the social distancing thing. So what you can do for the new normal thing, you just blend the two approaches. There are some good points of offline teaching, there are some good points of online teaching. Just bring them together, blend them together, and then revise the new education system. See, education was one such area which was actually talking of or thinking of going digital, but we were not actually, that thing was not happening, and it was happening only in private schools. Not a lot of government schools were taking up this education. So that was one thing that needs to be done. If I talk about internet connectivity, so government has actually done a lot of things. There is this BharatNet, which is trying to which is trying to provide internet connectivity to the entire nation. It still has not reached to its 100%, but yes, there are things. Then in 2011, there was this Akash tablets were given to the students. This scheme, of course, did not work out well, but still you can, the government can think of reviving this particular scheme to ensure that the students are having the resources. Then if you know, despite of all of those things, if nothing works out, we can use radios and televisions that a few of our South Indian states have actually used to deliver education in their own vernacular languages if the language is an issue. So there are always solution to it. We just need to, you know, change our vision. We just need to broaden our approach. And then government has also promoted e-education. We are having lot of online courses like EPG Pathshala, Swam, then you have UGC YouTube channel and multiple things, spoken tutorials. So any of us can actually go and, you know, learn from that. So everybody is trying to contribute in their own way. It just is a time where we need to change, where we need to reform ourselves. And I don't see that this is a time where this is a time of, yes, this is a time of lot of challenges, but you know, within these challenges there exist huge opportunities. This is a time when we have to be digital, and we should get away with just thinking digital. So I would just like to conclude by one line, that I read somewhere. So the journey of empowering a full-scale digital transformation at short notice isn't a cakewalk. Of course, yes, but if implemented right, it can be a lesson in resilience. So with this, I would like to thanks all the participants for their patience listening. Thank you very much. I guess we'll be taking up the questions at the end, or am I supposed to answer them? So as the
We'll go for end, madam.
go for it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice presentation about COVID-19 and that educational sector challenges and opportunities. Thank you, madam. So finally, we have one more presenter. So Dr. Anish Gupta. So Dr. Anish Gupta. So actually, before he's going to be presenting his the presentation, so I would like to introduce him to all the participants. So Dr. Anish Gupta. So he completed his graduation from Alwar Government College. Later on, he moved to Canada to to complete his master degree. So he completed his master degree from University of British Columbia, Canada. He awarded MPhil and PhD from JNU, New Delhi. So he has many articles in Economic Political Weekly. So then Down to Earth, Springer, then IPAD. So then then the DSC paper series. He has which one presented papers in in Oxford University, State University of New York, and NTU Singapore. So then he has written 2 books published from Colombo University. He has written more than 60 newspaper articles, daily newspapers like Hindu, Indian Express, then the Pioneer, then Swaraj, and Dainik Jagran, like this. So with this brief introduction, so I welcome so Dr. Anish Gupta ji to present his thoughts on COVID-19 and higher education. So hand over to Dr. Anish Gupta. Gupta ji.
Thank you so much, sir, for introduction.
Anish, good afternoon. It's Ramesh. Please limit to 10 to 12 minutes.
I will try. Huh?
Thank you.
Okay. I cut short it. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Rani Chennamma University and Dr. Ramesh and other organizers for providing this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Respected Chairperson, ma'am, and session moderator, sir, and my fellow speakers, and all participants, COVID-19 has affected all of us in one way or other. I think education is the only sector which is facing longest ever lockdown compared to all other sectors in India. The pandemic has affected higher education in many ways. Despite many guidelines issued by the central as well as respective state governments, many of the private educational institutions are still charging fees from the students and at the same time not paying salaries to the teachers. Even many of them are being laid off their staff, especially the teachers. It is not limited to India, but the pandemic has affected the educational institutions all over the world. According to an estimate published by the Lancet, the pandemic will cost around £790 million to UK university. It is also likely to cost around $30 billion to US universities. And even it is going to affect Australia's higher education sector between Australian dollar 3 to 4.5 billion for this academic year. The economic downturn will force thousands of youngsters to defer entering university. More than 20 million Americans lost their job in April 2020 alone, out of which major chunk was from education sector. Interestingly, most of the people lost job in educational institutions, whether in India or abroad, were either belonging to private education institutions or contractual teachers in public universities. Another area of concern is collapse in the international student market, which seems inevitable. It will either result in the loss of 1 year for many students, or they may take distress admission in their own country. In both the cases, it is going to be lifelong loss for these students. This will have serious consequences on the quality of available manpower in the future. Australia's education sector hosts more than 3 lakh students from overseas, and they are expecting just half in the coming session. Similarly, Vice President of American Council on Education, Washington, D.C., expects international enrollments in US universities and colleges to fall by at least a quarter in 2021. We all know international students are the backbone of top institutions in the United States. The importance of international students in the prosperity of educational institution is very high. Diversity brings diversified knowledge in the institution, which help an institution to grow. Other areas of concern is growing obsession for online education, especially in India. Soon after the outbreak of COVID-19, most educational institutions directed their teachers to prepare and post study material online and take online lectures on Zoom and any other similar apps. Later, University Grant Commission formed a panel on academic calendar and examination headed by Professor Kuhad, who is Vice Chancellor of Central University of Haryana, who recommended online teaching from coming academic session. In his interview published in the Outlook on May 13, 2020, Professor Kuhad was asked, "What have been the recommendations to promote online education?" He replied, "We have recommended that from the next session onwards." Remember, he's saying from the next session onwards, at least 25% component of syllabus should be taken up through online system. All education institutes should set up adequate ICT structure, arrange training for teachers, and prepare e-learning material so that online education could be made meaningful. Besides, the institutes where the ICT structure already exists, they are free to conduct online exams. It is worth mentioning here that it was clearly mentioned in its interview that online education of at least 25% is going to be a permanent phenomenon rather than a temporary arrangement for only next session. Another report published in the Economic Times mentions that this online component may increase to 40%. And Professor Kuhad further emphasized that we should take technology's help in conducting Viva tests, practical demonstrations, and other such assignments. I am afraid that if such changes are made in our education system on the pretext of COVID-19, it is going to have long-term impact on equity and equality in higher education. Since a sizable population still doesn't have internet connection, and there are issues of poor connectivity in rural and hilly areas, even the cost of quality smartphone and good data plan may not be affordable for many poor students, especially when an economy is going down. A lot of people have already lost job, business is down, new vacancies are not coming. A lot of people in the government have started advocating online education on permanent basis since its cost is very low compared to the face-to-face education. Once the notes are prepared and posted, they need not to be prepared every year. Then why do we need to appoint teachers for entire semester? Instead, we can invite them once in a week to clear doubts. It may result in no new appointment of faculty. Moreover, many existing teachers may lose their jobs. New appointments means no No new appointments means no new knowledge, since new generation is equipped with more new knowledge. If online education becomes the regular phenomenon, it doesn't have any restriction on the number of students enrolled in a course. Rather than teaching around 50 students in a face-to-face classroom, it can accommodate thousands of students together. The financial cost of online education is much lower than face-to-face education because it doesn't require classrooms, labs, playgrounds, library, seminar halls, etc. However, the other cost, such as social cost, psychological cost, and political cost of online education could be unimaginable for a country, especially developing countries. If online education becomes a norm, rather than choosing courses offered by Indian universities, most of the students will prefer courses offered by so-called top universities in the world, such as Harvard, MIT, etc. They are already offering online courses with certificate at comparatively low cost. The Indian universities will not be able to survive despite offering better courses than a university from Europe or North America or Australia due to colonial mindset of Indian people. This will result in homogenization of education. Same American context to understand everything. Students will learn everything in American or European context. We are still facing this problem in our classrooms when most textbooks taught in top universities are of foreign authors with examples mostly centric to America or Europe. However, Indian teachers try to provide Indian context while teaching with the same foreign study material. If the same foreign study material is taught by foreign teachers, they will not be able to familiarize Indian students with Indian problems. This is going to have serious repercussion on Indian policy making in the future. Another problem with online classes is of surveillance. Since online classes are different from classrooms, where parents can also see what is being taught to their children. Teachers have become very conscious. They are working under huge pressure. They are not able to act normal. Many teachers belonging to SC, ST, OBC and below poverty line studied in Indian languages. Their medium of instruction was some regional language or Hindi, are being judged on the basis of their poor pronunciation of English. The fact that understanding of subject matter has nothing to do with the pronunciation. Online education expects teachers to be perfect in every aspect. They should be good in preparing online study material, and at the same time, they must possess good teaching and communication skills. They ignore the fact that a lot of knowledgeable or intelligent teachers may not have good teaching or communication skills, and vice versa. Some teachers do best in their classroom, but they cannot perform when they are being watched by the parents of the students. It is worth mentioning here that even the judiciary doesn't allow video recording of court proceedings. Even administration or police doesn't allow public scrutiny of their day-to-day functioning. But online education has put teachers under public scrutiny where the context of what is said in the classroom is completely ignored. Moreover, in Indian context, where teachers are not just professionally associated to their students, but they also provide emotional and psychological support to their students. Given the social and economic condition of the student, they need a lot of encouragement and support. In many instances, we can notice where some girl students want to drop out or discontinue their education and teachers visit their home to convince their parents. In many cases, teachers pay the fees, provide books, etc. to the students. Such things can be found all over the country. That is why the place of teacher is very different in India compared to any other country in the world. But online education is going to make everything mechanical. Moreover, evaluation of performance of the students is most difficult in online education. Some institutions have decided to conduct open book examination like Delhi University. The problem with this system is to identify the real student or dummy student is writing in place of real student. Similarly is the problem of assignment. Who knows who is writing on the behalf of student? Those students whose parents and siblings are more educated, they can take help from them. Such type of evaluation system will result in a school-like tendency in higher education, where most students get their assignment and project work done from others or their parents or through payments. Another problem is related to lack of sincerity on the part of students. In many cases, they join meeting and leave the phone aside. According to a report published in the Hindu in the month of April, a lot of students of Delhi University were using dummy names on Zoom app to join class and using abusive language to the teachers, and it was very difficult to identify these students. Moreover, many problems related to subjects like economics are difficult to explain online. Teachers find them helpless. Practical and field study are not possible online. It lacks real life exposure to the students. Last but not least is the fact that online education is a teacher-centric education. It doesn't encourage interaction between student and teachers and among the students. The purpose of educational institutions is to provide platform to students to interact with each other and learn from each other. It is said that in educational institutions, students learn more from fellow students than teachers. They learn how to work collectively. In nut and shell, I don't say online education is bad, but the decision of using it shall be left on individual teachers rather than applying a one-size-fit approach. If a teacher thinks he can serve students better with online mode, he must be allowed to do so without fixing any minimum percentage of online education. It is okay to use it as a temporary measure till the problem of COVID-19 persists, but a permanent imposition of online education is going to have a long-term implication on our education system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation about COVID-19 and higher education. So now the session is open for the discussion. Now I request the participants, please, if you have any doubts or clarification, please raise your, hands in the using the reaction button. So then the host will unmute your, the connection. So you may ask the question, please. So before that, Madam Kamakshi, Madam.
I'm here, sir.
Okay, Madam. Actually, Madam, in the chat box, there is a 2 questions for, to our Professor Keshav, sir. Shall I read out the questions to sir?
Yeah, please, sir. Please,
Sir,
go ahead.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
please go
ahead. From, there is a question from Benjamin Matthew from South Africa to Professor S.R. Keshav, sir. Sir is asking, that current crisis, how to attract investment in the production sector.
The most important thing is, another 2-3 years, the foreign capital will not come to any other countries right now, because that is the expectation. Because because of the uncertainty, the foreign direct investment or the foreign capital to any country, host countries will be very meager. In such a case, government should intervene more and create a hope in the investors, right? So that is the reason probably which Government of India all of a sudden thought of local investors, local, vocal, all this happened because of that. And in case if we try to create a hope in the sense, give them the subsidized or interest-free loans, which I was advocating as suggestions, not just guarantees, give them the interest-free loans for a year, because now the supply chain is very weak. At least for a year, if we can do for the producers, then they will have a hope. They will start taking that risk, and also at the same time, also strengthen the supply chain also. When we do that, only then the demand can be revived. And also try to pump in, I also was telling about adding 1% more to the GDP as a fiscal stimulus along with the 1% which they have already given. So if we do that, then the demand will also revive, which will also boost the production activities.
I hope that Benjamin Matthew is satisfied with this answer. Sir, sorry, there is a correction. Benjamin Matthew from Mysore is not from South Africa. So there is one more question from Afi Iram Sibioni. So he is from South Africa, sir. So sir is asking, what's your opinion of the process and the feasibility of a fund relief to magnitude of the country's people? How each person can receive from the government as a recovery from job losses, etc.
Probably we can learn, if not, we cannot exactly copy what the Western world advanced countries are doing in this regard. Say Germany, Netherlands, France are all giving the loans for the employees in order to retain their workers. Here they're not giving the bank guarantees there. They are saying, use your 60% of the loan. We will give you subsidized loan. Use 60% of the subsidized loan to give the salaries during the lockdown period. Probably that we can take a clue from, because, I do agree with the fact if somebody raises the issue that India cannot be compared with any of the advanced countries. Yes, true. One Karnataka is equivalent to that of the population of England or that of the Tamil Nadu. And Tamil Nadu's population is higher than that of the France or Germany. So what exactly I'm trying to say is, in order to retain right now, one important thing that which we could have done, or even now we can do, is try to help those employees who want to retain their workers, number one. Number two, as I told for the last question, try to give more fiscal stimulus to the needy, because that is the need of the hour right now. Because in order to revive the demand also, we should give more fiscal stimulus. But in 10% of the GDP, 9% of it, either because the government did not have the fiscal space, but at this present juncture, probably it should go for another 1% of the fiscal deficit also. It should not matter to it. It should go in for another 1% of the fiscal stimulus to the needy. Only then probably, the demand revival can be possible. And of course, now thanks to the bank Aadhaar link, and almost all the BPL households and all the disadvantaged section do have the bank accounts. At least they should take the clue out of it and see how much of the money they have spent over the years. And of course, the data is already there with the government. They have done many surveys in the past, which they can utilize and spend and directly transfer the money. At least for that minimum wages which the government is speaking, at least of 2 months to each individual's bank account. Say if it is 200 and plus, that also MG Narega funds also should have been increased to minimum of 350 rupees. Because for southern states, it is based on the minimum wages. Each state have its own regulation for minimum wages. And, what they have increased of just 20 rupees will not be enough. In case of South, it is higher. In case of North, it will be advantageous, not in case of South.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Again, I request the participants, if you are having any doubts or clarification, please raise your hands using the reaction button. So there is a question from Sidhu Mageri to Chipra Jain madam. In what way should higher education be developed at the grassroots level, and what kind of amenities can they offer? Chipra Jain madam.
I can't. All right. Okay. So thank you for this question. See, when you talk about higher education, how can we improve it at the grassroots level? See, first of all, there'll be difference in response depending on the time at which you are reacting to. So if you talk about this current situation, I guess the only option that we have is we can provide them with the recorded videos and lectures that can help them. But in the long run, if you are talking about improving the higher education, so see, I somehow honestly believe, and I am of this opinion, that we should not, at least for the higher education thing, we should not burden students with their exams kind of a thing. Like if you score this much, then only you will be opt for this and this paper. Like, the type of people, the students, they have to choose in their 10+2. So when they have to choose in 10+2, so that they can only choose if they score a particular percentage. So I guess if we are talking about the long run, so the time has come when we actually have to go beyond the traditional methods. We have to alter some of the traditional methods, and one of them, students should be allowed to choose whatever subject they want to pursue further. There should not be any criteria, like marks should not be a criteria in deciding which way or which subject should a student follow further. Okay. And if you talk about amenities, so see, one thing is very important, that we are living in a world which has become more of a virtual thing. No matter how hard we try to, bring back people into that social circle, but the harsh reality remains the fact that we need to understand how to live in a virtual world. So they should have access to all the things that are required for living in a modern day world, which makes compulsory that they must have an understanding of the technology. They must be able to know and understand how they have to yeah, first I'll answer this question, and then I'll look for the I'll take the another question. Okay, so they should first, they should understand how they have to use that technology. Use of technology is very, very important. We have to tell them, you are giving access to internet, and if that access is not watched upon, then also it's a very big problem. So we have to tell them what are their do's, what are their do nots. We have to give them access to computers. We have to give them access to internet facility. So these are the things that we need to do. And because now in the coming years, we do not expect the regular teaching or the traditional way of teaching to continue. So in that case, we should actually get away with some of the traditional things. I hope that answer your question.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I take the another question now?
Yes, madam. Question
Okay,
to
thank you.
the
Yeah.
question from Ephraim Sebioni. How can we bridge the gap of resource limitation for the effective learning to the marginalized group and making sure we don't leave every student behind?
Thank you for this question.
Ma'am, please limit to 1 minute, please.
Yeah. I'll just answer in a minute. So, in fact, this is a question which I can't even answer further, because see, this is a question about resources. So in economics is about managing with the scarce resources that we have. So resources are an issue. We have to include the marginalized group. So as I've mentioned in my presentation, that the government started with Akash tablet kind of a thing. So something like this has to come up, and we actually have to ensure that it reaches to those who are actually in need of it. So resource constraint is always a fight, and that's why economists survive because we actually find solution to all of those things. So yeah, that's how I can answer this question right now. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Professor Kamalakshi madam to summarize this session.
Yes, sir. I hope I have 1 minute, Dr. Uchegowda, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. I really congratulate all the three speakers. They gave really highlighted upon the economic crisis that what around the world we are facing. And Professor Keshav, in one point, sir has mentioned about the exit strategy, how we are effectively using it. And Madam Shipra Jain spoke about the ground realities, that what problems we have in terms of inculcating the higher education. How are we going to pull this chain in future? That how we pulled all these years. And Dr. Anish Gupta spoke about the effects of pandemic is very much is going to be stay with us, and how education are going to be taken care in a very well mannered. He spoke. My one argument with all the three speakers is that that sir, today we are going back to the capitalist route. I would like to go back the Friedman's argument that Sachin along with the Friedman, Peter Drucker and David Osborne, they wrote a book about new realities, that how state is going to engage in future. And Gebler Ted also spoke about in his book Reinventing Governments, how political engagements will come up. That is also there. I just worked out some of the things that Friedman argued long back that such a setup would ensure the peace, political indulgence, and improved economy for the working classes, especially public outcry against the things from franchise affecting the local businesses to the increased worldwide reliance on the unsustainable energy brought to the fore various negativities, abandoning from the state adoration capitalism. This point I explained when I was making some other some other session presentation, because today we are talking about the recovery, how we are going to. Sir spoke very well about it, but along with that, I would like to put my views that we have a lot of exit strategies are very, very powerful today, like tax packages, loan repayment packages we have. And today, friends, we can buy the lands. Who are non-agricultural background also people can buy the land. That's one of the good thing. And even a lot of Chinese people are coming for investment, and for that state is making its needy changes for the labor market. If I am right, I am not economist. All the total 4 people who are in the session are economists. They need to correct me in this aspect. The labor laws are going to be changed. The state is doing that. Along with that, the biggest challenge before the state is that how we are going to bring back the labor migrant workers. Of course, it's the biggest challenge, and state is working on that. What kind of package we need to extend for them. Along with that, we have the nice package for them. The central government packages are push packages, what I can call them. And these push packages definitely will help. And in this COVID-19, the state has realized its understanding that, what kind of technological competency has posed for us, and state is now ready for the untowards incident today. State is ready now. Earlier state was not ready. Today is, as a political scientist, I would like to appreciate the state work that it has realized its limitations along with their competency, along with the learning its limitations. State has learned its the capacity also, and genuinely today it's definitely caring and sharing what state is doing even around the world. And to the madam what she spoke, that I would like to put it in only one sentence, that let us see the social media, how much people are using, madam. Let us not say that online education is very costly and it's very difficult for the people, but if I see the percentage of the people are taking part in the social media and in the entertainment, I think large percentage of the population involved in that. Why can't we adopt it to the education? Of course, the Karnataka state has banned for the 5% till 5th standard, no online education. That's a really welcoming suggestion. So social media usage, if I see, same thing would like to extend it for the other media. I do not agree that there is no problem from the internet. Yes, there is a problem, but now we don't have any way. We need to go with that. The COVID is going to stay with us. We need to see the way how we are going to with that. If I have any problem, yes, let me go with that. I have to have that kind of capacity, which is the state. Today is our capacities as a civilization. How we are going to expand our capacities. And to the Dr. Anish Gupta's argument that yes, sir, education is underrated today, no doubt about it. And education is thought that, if you publish a journal, the article in the journal, and if you do something, that would have been. But today's state has realized the importance of social scientists and the importance of the economists also, that who are in the social science field, because earlier state had given only importance to the science, but in case of COVID-19 in 2016 there was a research carried out, but state did not paid anything to that. If state would have paid to that research, today would have saved our people. Because today people prove that we are very much participatory with our state programs. When Modi calls for the self-quarantine and Modi given a call for the lockdown, people responded vehemently. People didn't say no. So same thing, I would like to say that state need to depend on these strategies where they can look into the 100% participation of the people. When it is there, sir, no doubt about it, our economy will definitely revamp back, and even education sector will also revamp back, and our new generations are coping with the new things. That's a good thing. We have a drawback, but we have a good things. I think I'll stop here and I'll switch out to the Professor Dr. Huchegowda sir now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your optimistic remarks about economy as well as education. Okay, so due to shortage of time,
yes,
we are concluding the session. So I thank Professor Kesav sir, senior most economist, Professor Kesav sir. So in his busy schedule also he participated, he delivered. So his thoughts about economy, Indian economy, so and the pandemic condition. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So then I thank Professor Kshipra Jain madam so for her thoughts about education and COVID-19, and also I thank So Anish Gupta ji, so for his thoughts about COVID-19 and higher education. I thank all these three resource persons, and also I thank so all the participants for your patience hearing, so as well as your cooperation. So thank you. Then finally, I would like to thank our the session chairman, Professor Kamalakshi Tarsad Madam.
Thank you,
So
sir. Thank you.
so I would like to thank each and everyone. So finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Ramesh for providing me this great opportunity to participate in this present session. Thank you, sir. So thank you
So,
all. Yes, madam. Please, madam.
So there is one question on the chat box. Can I just answer it in 1 minute? Just one.
Yeah,
Less
go
than
ahead,
a
ma'am.
minute.
Go ahead, ma'am. Please, 1 minute.
Yeah. So the answer to that question is, it's very, very difficult to compare these two types of exam, because each exam has its own utility. If you go for MCQ, so MCQ actually checks whether you have the basic knowledge or no. And when you go for descriptive questions, so it checks whether a person can articulate what he wants to say. So both of them are important. They have their importance in their own sense. So what you are actually willing to test will decide which test you should opt for it. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to answer this question.
Thank you, madam. With this, we are going to be concluding this session. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Uchegoda.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
On behalf, it's my duty to say final thanks to this session. The chairperson, Professor Kamalakshi ma'am, Department of Political Science, Rani Chennamma University. Thank you for coming online and chairing this session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And
Thank you. very much.
it's my pleasure to extend thanks to ma'am. With all her busy schedule, she joined with us and delivered a great lecture. Thank you so much, Kshipra ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
similarly, Professor Keshav, so he's in media with now the economical crisis and all these things. He's always in one or the other channels will be there, national or it will be the state channels. And he has taken a great time for us and given a wonderful enlightened lecture. On behalf of the Rani Chennamma University and myself, I warm thanks to Professor Keshav sir. Keshav sir, thank you so much. And similarly, again, Anish Gupta, one of a wonderful person in Department of Economics in Delhi University. He's also taken a time and delivered a wonderful lecture. On behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself and my team, I extend my warm thanks to Dr. Anish Gupta. Thank you so much, Dr. Anish Gupta. And lastly, not but least, my good friend, Dr. Uchegoda, the Associate Professor in Davangere University, Department of Economics. Thank you so much for your precious time and moderating this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ending this session, but I'm continuing the next session. We have the next session from the chair will be the Professor S.H. Patil, Department of Political Science, RPT College, Belagavi. He is going to chair the session. And we have a resource person. Hello, I'm audible? Hello? Mohan Das Kudu.
ಮಾತಾಡಮ್ಮ ಕೇಳಿಸಿದೆ.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Uchagodu sir. Sorry, unfortunately, as I said that suddenly the power went on. So because of the reason power fluctuation, it was cut. And now kindly I request Mohan Das to take over the session. Mohan Das sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh sir. I'll see that I'm taking over the session. Okay, I hope all are there rejoining me with the session now again. First of all, I'm happy that I'm been put as a moderator in this session. The session is being chaired by Professor H. Patil. I think the introduction was being introduced, but again I'll see that Dr. S.H. Patil is being introduced briefly. He's heading the Department of Political Science at RPD College since 1998, and he's also put in 22 years of his service, worked on the impact of globalization on terrorism and human rights in India under the UGC Faculty DET program. He's an academic counselor for PG Public Administration and Political Science at IGNU, that is in, I think it's in Belagavi. I mean, the regional office. And he's also participated 30 national and state conferences. He has also published 2 edited books, and he has also contributed various chapters in 5 books, and also published 25 research articles. And he's also a member of the Human Rights Youth for Human Rights in international arena. And he's also been resource persons for various national and state conferences.
Mohan, Dr.
Can you
Mohan.
hear me? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you, but your video is not. Please.
Okay, no problem.
Hello.
I'll see that my video is on.
Okay.
I was just muting it. One second.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, can you see me?
Yeah, surely. Continue. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Okay, this is how Professor S.H. Patil is being introduced. Now, shall I introduce the other 2 resource persons, Ramesh? Hello?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
With the permission from the chief.
Yeah. With the permission from the chair, now I'll say, I welcome Professor S.H. Patil to chair the session. And I now introduce the other 2 resource persons also. One resource person is from South Africa, Dr. Ephraim Kevin Sibioni. He's a professor, researcher, and the head of the department in the field of criminology and forensic studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. His research interests include human trafficking, albino killings for the purpose of body parts to create traditional medicine, gender-based violence, sexual offences acts committed by children against other children, male or male sexual violence in correctional services, etc. He has attended and presented in various international and national research conferences and supervised 8 master students to completion, and currently working of 6 PhD candidates. He has a numerous research publication. He is a member of UKZN Senate, and he serves in UKZN as a research higher degree, a member of research higher degree committee, and he also is involved in various community engagements initiatives. He is a member of Criminological Society of Africa, All African Criminal Justice Society as well. He is also the member of World Society for Victimology as well as International Criminology Society. I welcome sir on behalf of the university, on behalf of the organizers, and his topic which he is going to be speaking is on domestic violence impact of territory students as a result of COVID-19 and its lockdown. And this is Professor Ephraim Kevin Sibioni. He's from South Africa. One more resource person for today is her name is Dr. Vaishali Saxena, and she will be speaking on the topic COVID-19 changing perspectives and administration. However, she is a professor of public administration in the University of Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, and she has put more than 20 years in teaching and research in public administration. Our area of specialization includes organization, culture, bureaucracy, and environmental administration. And she has successfully guided 50 MPhil students, 10 PhD scholars. Dr. Vaishali also masters in psychology and PhD in public administration. So that is Dr. Vaishali Saxena. She will be speaking on COVID-19 changed perspectives and administration. So these are the two resource persons who are will be joining in this session, and the session is over to the chairman, sir, Professor S.H. Patil. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mohandas, sir, for your beautiful this introduction of the two resource persons, and plus also me, that is a chairperson of this particular session here. Now, without wasting much of our time here, so we'll have to allocate more time to the resource persons here. So we have to expertise in this particular technical session, technical session here. So they are going to present their views from the Natal, that is the South African perspectives, and pandemic. This is post domestic violence impact on tertiary students as a result of COVID-19 lockdown. And this paper will be presented by Dr. Efren Kevin Sibenoni, who is a professor from South Africa. And second paper will be presented by Dr. Vaishali Saxena. She is basically focusing her paper on administrative aspects, issues, and COVID. So I request the first the paper presenter, Professor Efren Kevin Sibenoni, to present his paper first, and then we shall move on to the second paper, that is Dr. Vaishali Saxena paper. So let us begin with over to Professor Efren Kevin Sibenoni.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I greet you all. This is a co-presentation. I am taking along one of my students that we are embarking together on this systematic review study. She will be joining me. Actually, she'll be doing the much of a presentation than I am. So my duty is just to introduce the topic and the various rationale why we decided to embark on it. Now, as you know, COVID-19 pandemic has led to countries to shut down, lock down, and tertiary students have been sent home due to self-isolation and stuff like that. And tertiary residences, they served as a safe havens or an escape from domestic violences that are happening in those households. Now, you find on one end, students escaping domestic violence from home to the university. And you find on the other hand, the universities, due to lockdown, unfortunate circumstance, it is sending the children back home. So now you'd find these students experiencing domestic violence, and we will be unpacking how that affects them and how impede their success in terms of online teaching and stuff. So now, growing up in that domestic violation circumstances or an ambience, it has many implications in terms of making students not being willing to partake into the online teaching, and the environment itself, it is toxic for students to concentrate to online teaching and so further, let alone the other issues of marginalization, other issues of resources, other issues of inequalities, social injustice and stuff, that household on its own. Now, domestic violence has been widely researched on in terms of looking how it affects each household, how it affects the people who are at the receiving end. Now, in this case, we refrain from focusing on the female or a male who's been victimized, but we focus on the tertiary student who's been sent to home due to isolation regulations. So I will ask Fayan to share a screen. I will ask actually my co-presenter to share a screen with you for our presentation, and I will allow her to take us through, and we'll be taking the questions thereof. Can I ask Ms. Camera to share the screen with us?
Okay. It's not allowing me to share the screen. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, already permitted. Please share your screen and you can start, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Having said that, colleagues, tertiary students in South Africa and other developing countries with a lack of resources. And now the fundamental questions are, as much the institution are putting up the psychosocial online support, there are seldom students who have accesses to those psychosocial supports. Now, the fundamental question is, what is the role played by tertiary institution in terms of taking care of the psychosocial needs of students that are experiencing domestic violence impact? Well, in the first world countries, there are mechanisms in place in Argentina, in Europe, and of course in Western countries, in America and so forth. But to us in South African, with a population of rural, to be precise, these students, they can't even afford your medical aids. They can't even afford those resources that can empower them to have access to these psychosocial support. Hence, we thought that we will be approaching this topic with the lenses of students and how can students during this period can be assisted. So I will give it to my co-presenter to take us through. Thank you.
Yes, good morning to everyone. I'd like to thank the Rani Channamma University opportunity to share our findings on a very important topic. Now move on to the objectives of our study. So the objectives of our study was to analyze the impact of domestic violence on students and how it can disrupt and destabilize education learning. In circumstances where the education becomes negatively affected by the lockdown. And lastly, we identified the effective interventions that help students overcome the learning obstacles. So the problem that we came across was that the world at large is facing the global pandemic of the COVID-19. However, in addition, some individuals are facing the pandemic of domestic violence in the shadows of the COVID-19. And with that in mind, the problem we find is that the challenges experienced by tertiary students with domestic violence has not been identified as a problem by governments or tertiary organizations. Therefore, there has been no targeted interventions to assist students in overcoming the domestic violence challenges experienced in households, resulting in poor academic results, poor life choices by students, which can lead to alcohol, drugs, and mental illnesses. Now, the research methods that we used was we conducted a desktop systematic review, and we used a convergent mixed method design. So this encompasses both qualitative and quantitative aspects, where the data was collected, analyzed separately, and then merged. The research focused more on the qualitative aspects. However, the quantitative aspects was just used to justify the research. The quantitative data was the analysis of various countries' data on domestic violence during the COVID-19 lockdown. And the qualitative data was journal articles, books, and the current news media that focused on domestic violence. So our research findings showed that, or identified that there is a marked increase in domestic violence calls or cases during the COVID-19 lockdown, and therefore it impacted on students. Tertiary students have also become a victim of domestic violence. And this is because due to the institutions closing down, students move back home, and this is where the domestic violence takes place. We also identify that the government legislation is inadequate to address the impact of domestic violence during the COVID-19. In South Africa, we do have the Act 116 of 1998. And the problem that we see here is that there are many challenges associated with this, is that it's based on the effectiveness and the implementation of this act. We also identified that the interventions and resources are insufficient to assist students to overcoming higher education learning obstacles due to the domestic violence. Because most interventions do not specifically focus on students who are victims of domestic violence in their households. They fail to address the needs of tertiary students. Support services for domestic violence cases are limited due to the staff being involved in COVID-19 cases, and there are insufficient communication tools for students to alert authorities of domestic violence incidents during the COVID-19, and this is due to the lack of the resources. Now move on to the discussions. We concluded that universities can create an online platform or a covert platform where it's something that is not openly displayed. And this will offer virtual check-ins where students can address the issues of domestic violence if experienced at home. Social media should also be used as a tool for students wanting to report cases of domestic violence through WhatsApp groups, which are linked to healthcare professionals, to panic apps, Instagram, Facebook, etc. We also encourage family and friends to support students impacted by domestic violence, especially in the rural areas where there's no access to the healthcare practitioners. We see the need of countries to improve on domestic violence laws in line with the international standards of in line with the international standards and recommendations. As set out by the United Nations, there is an online international standard. And lastly, there should be increased research on the impact of domestic violence on tertiary students. And this is the reason for us conducting these studies, because we saw there was a large gap within tertiary students and domestic violence that they face at home. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Hello. Thank you so much,
Yes.
madam. Hello. Yeah, you have covered the issues regarding the COVID and its impact on the now can I? Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Patil sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear very much.
Yeah.
You please go ahead.
Can
Yes.
can we now invite the questions, or can we later on, sir?
Well, one thing we can do is we let both the resource persons present their papers here, and at the end only we can have a question answer series here, so that it will be given a justice to both paper 1 and paper 2. This is what I feel. And,
okay. Can we move on to the questions now?
As you desire, sir. If you want to have a question answer series, I think.
Okay. Now. Since we okay, and no problem, sir. We will take some 2 or 3 questions, and we'll see that the sessions is closed. Okay, now can
okay, fine, then no problem. We can attend to the
yes, sir. Yes. Okay, the floor is open now for the
Mohan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mohan, madam is waiting. Let her finish her section, madam. At the end, we will take question and answer. Sorry, please.
So she's yet to finish. Okay, no problem. Yeah. Okay, madam, it's over to you.
Vaishali, ma'am.
Vaishali, madam. Hello.
Vaishali, ma'am, you can unmute and start your presentations.
Hello. Hello,
Yeah, you are audible.
now I'm audible. Okay. Hello, everyone, and please accept my wishes and regards. We know that we all are living amidst chaos and crisis. Before I systematically begin, let me share my first-hand experience with COVID-19. Recently, a family near to my apartment, they were also living in a luxurious apartment of 2 3 bedrooms, and they were five in a family. They were found positive. Two members of the family were found positive.
So,
And
madam, can I interrupt 1 minute? This is
yeah,
not
sure.
visible over here. It's not visible over here. You are audible, but you are not still visible over
Hello?
here. Now, yeah, yeah. Now you can very much. You can go
Now
ahead.
visible?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So this family, they were found positive. Two members of the family were found positive, and they were living in a luxurious apartment of 2 3 bedrooms. Municipal people and people from the government, they came in the building, and they had provided them the best hospital facility to the people and asked their family members to quarantine in their homes. Rest of the members are now quarantined. And there is also a lady. She was a housemaid there, maid servant, serving to them. And she has a family of 6 people. She has 4 children, small children, and a husband. And she is living in a premise where there were 10 or 11 rooms were there. And in every room, there were families living with the 6, 7, 5, 4 people. And this lady and these people, when these municipal people, they said that you need not to be quarantined, you just quarantine yourself in your home, and whenever there is any need, we will do testing for you. Now the premises where she was living, those people asked her to leave immediately those premises. She was not tested by the government or by the administration, number one. Secondly, those people were asking her to leave immediately. She was feeling a threat of social boycott. Nobody was ready to accept her, let her in, or her entire family. And the poor lady, she was not knowing where to go, what to do, whether she is needing any health facility or medical facility, or where to take her family, and so on. And then she called me, and I made arrangements for her. So, dear friends, this COVID-19, it is not only a health pandemic. It is also about economic crisis. It is also about social crisis. And every individual, every person want peace, security, and prosperity. And government, by making proper use of environment, arranges security, peace, prosperity for their. When we say environment, generally we understand or we define environment as something which surrounds us, within which we live. So when when I ask you to think and tell me what is environment, probably you will say that it is forest, it is river, it is about trees, it is about animals, it is about air, space, galaxy, and so on. But we forget that we are also surrounded by buildings. We are also surrounded by trucks. We are also surrounded by traffics, mobile phones, gadgets, and so on. So environment is not only consist of the natural environment, naturally constructed, self-organizing, but it also consists of artificially built, intentional environment as well. And when these two environment, when they interact, when they interrelate with each other, there are profound implications of this interrelatedness and of this interaction. At intellectual platforms, various discourses, various deliberations, they are continuously taking place, where we talk of climate change, where we talk of environmental degradation, and things like that, and various issues pertaining to that. But we probably forget that our green bit also has capacity to dethrone, to strongly impact, to strongly influence our brown bits as well. As recently we are witnessing this pandemic of COVID-19, be it floods, be it earthquakes, or pandemics like COVID-19, they are probably the best example of this kind of situation, or of this fact. They are self-evident in itself, that how green bits, they are influencing the brown bits as well. So, what we can learn from this COVID-19 experience at intellectual level, I believe two points are most important. One is that small is big enough. We had seen that how this small virus of COVID-19, when it has started flirting in a big way with the world, and such disastrous situation occur. So it may be the microscopic virus, it may be our living style, where we are craving for mobile phones, where we are craving for electronic gadgets or high end kind of our living. It may be a very small thing, or it may be a small research conducted by the China, as the rumors are spreading, or it may be our about our habits of eating. It may lead us to disasters, or make humans or planet very, very vulnerable. So one lesson which we can draw is that small is big. And another lesson which I always feel, that these green bits, they are also not only having a positive influence on the brown bits, where humans, they are for their living, they are making use of natural resources and developing themselves, but they may also impact us negatively, and can create havocs in our life and in our system. Now we are living in a state of oblivion, where we are thinking that when the vaccine will be invented, and when medicine of COVID-19 will be available in the market, and so on. So such kind of a situation may be very easily can be instilled by our green pets. So these are the two lessons we draw from our COVID-19 experience. Now, the question in my mind, which always occur, that how one can obtain a balance, how we can start living harmoniously with each other, how these green bits and these brown bits, they can live in cooperation with each other. It is very, very difficult, and we all know the question of sustainability always occur in our mind, and there is always we always notice a kind of a imbalance, and generally this imbalance, generally brown bits always leads to green bits, and there are rare circumstances, rare situation, where these green bits lead us to the brown bits. But whenever these green bits, they started dominating these scenario, dominating this situation, their impact is very, very devastating. It is very difficult, definitely it's very difficult to seek a balance, to seek an equanimity. And here comes the role of state, the role of administration, and role of government. whatever government and administration or state per se chooses to do, it shapes the life of the people. It shapes the way we live. Nowadays, at economic front, if we see, the world is unipolar. Most of the nation, they have opted for neoliberal philosophy, and they are going for liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And even in India, we have opted this new economic order in 1992. Nowadays, I see families, they are earning more. They have more than one caste, middle class, even middle class families. They have more than one television sets, probably each in their bedrooms. But parents are now more worried about expenses of their children education. Parents are now more worried how to meet out the health expenditure. They seldom go to see meet their relatives because again they consider it expensive, because by going by flight seems to be necessary. I remember before 1992, even my parents, and I belong to a middle class family, but my parents never had issue meeting the expenditure of the education of our children or about health expenses also. So why this discrepancy? Why all of a sudden this change occurred? In 1992, India opted for this new economic order, and this new economic order is based on competition, consumption, and production. And state and as well as private sector have started producing more and more. Whether it is required, it is necessary or not, that is not a question. But they are producing more and more, and they are looking for a market for their consumption. And government, with the help of marketing, or even private sector with the help of marketing and advertising, and we are seeing that continuous advertising on various TV channels of various products. So whenever we see advertisement of any mobile or of any electronic gadget, it always instills a false sense of deprivation among us. Whether we need it or not, that is not a question. But whenever continuously we are exposed to such kind of marketing and advertising, it always stimulates a sense of deprivation in us, and that engages ourselves for unnecessary consumption. And that led to affluenza, that led to luxurious kind of lifestyles, putting lots of pressure on our natural resources. And somewhere we are somehow threatening our natural resources. And whenever any circumstance of flood or earthquake or pandemic like this occur, then we again started rethinking about why this happened, or is this has some connection with our living style or with our affluent lifestyles. So I always believe that life in balance is essential. It is high time that state and government, through its various policies, must shape the perception of its citizen. And this perception must be of a balanced life. Now, the question in front of us is balanced life versus good life. I don't know. Right now, we are thinking of balanced life because this pandemic occur, and again we go back in our thinking. But I don't know whether it is going to stay with us for long or not. Once situation normalize again, we'll go back and started consuming more and more and putting pressure on our green belts. It is very important, significant for us to understand there's these two green bits and brown bits, they are interrelated with each other. And humans need to learn to establish a balance between these two. With these words, I would like to end my deliberation. If there is any question, they are most welcome.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now the floor is open for the question answer session here. I think those participants who would like to ask any questions here, please type your questions, leave there itself in the chat box, or else you can raise your hands and you can ask the questions here straight away to Shibunani sir, and second one is Satyana madam here. Now the floor is open for the discussion here. So we'll take the questions from the participants. Yes, over to the participants, you can raise the questions. Yes, Mohandas sir, are there any questions?
I think there are.
Am I
no
audible,
questions. Yes, yes, you are audible, sir. Might be the participants have no questions. I think so. Ramesh sir. I think Ramesh is.
Yes.
Ramesh sir
Yes,
is
sir.
there.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are not getting questions actually. So,
Okay. Let the chairman give his remarks and your opinion.
Okay,
Okay.
sir. If participants are not asking any questions here, so can I take the privilege of asking one question?
Yeah, please,
to Professor,
please, sir. Go
yeah,
ahead, sir.
Professor Efren Sibanoni. Sir, your paper appears to be, it's a conjoined paper. Yourself and plus your colleague that you have prepared a paper on this domestic violence, and that you have taken a perspective from the South African perspective. But the global perspective, I think it differs from the so-called South African perspective. That's what one issue that I have noted in your paper. Issue number two in your paper, I think you have outlined as to what you are planning and what you are completely going in future year to completely come out with these kinds of objectives, what you have highlighted here. But I think is it that the complete paper or full paper, or you are just your paper is under pipeline, so that in due course of time you are going to completely give a fillip or complete shape to your paper? Point number two. Number three, I would like to know that what is the comparative cost and what is the comparative analysis of domestic violence of your country and the rest of the world? So these three questions, I think I made my point very clear that you can respond to my questions. Over to Efren Sibanoni, sir. Professor Efren Sibanoni.
Thank you, Chair, for the questions. The paper is ongoing, of course. It will be published shortly. So we need to tie some few loose ends. Hence, we are here to share with you. When it comes to a comparison analysis, the issue of domestic violence and its impact, it is widely researched on. And when I looked at the program, even tomorrow, there are still colleagues who will be precisely tackling on the impact of COVID-19. And subsequently, even the theme of this conference, it is dealing with the impact of COVID-19. Right. So in terms of comparative analysis, you'd find that it depends on the other side of the fence. You look at the impact, and yesterday, even today, we have established that the COVID-19 has huge impact to marginalized communities, okay, as compared to our counterparts who are doing well. Okay, so we specifically looked at this at the lenses of rural poor communities and how the impact and how the COVID-19 it is severely impacting on them, more so or particularly the students. Okay, so the students from a developed country versus where we are in South Africa as a developing country, there is a huge gap there. So in terms of comparison, you'd find that on this side of the world, that is South Africa, which it is most unequal society, and the one in a developed country, the impact it is severely to the other end of the country, which is South Africa in this case. So even the mechanisms to assist the tertiary students in terms of dealing with the domestic violence issues, there are no resources. The resources are scanty. Those who are able to access those resources are the well-off people as compared to rural poor commuters. So hence we thought we should approach this in that rural poor country lenses to bring forth such challenges as to say, yes, as much as the COVID-19, it is affecting all of us in different ways. However, the group that is severely impacted, it is the one that is marginalized. So I'm not sure if I am answering your question precisely, but that is how we view this whole tertiary institution. And again, we are expecting our students to strive looking at the online. But how can they strive and success and excel online when the environment is not conducive for them to learn and strive due to the domestic violence? They might experience this directly due to witnessing happening or hearing it happening. And you'd find that the violence, it is affecting them behaviorally and psychologically. And we're expecting them to submit assessment, to go online assessment, and doing all other things that comes with the remote teaching. So it is indeed affecting us in different ways. But I'm not sure if I'm answering you correctly.
Fine, sir. So I think any more questions are there? Participants, if you would like to ask any questions here, please raise your hands, and then we shall have a discussion on those questions. More questions? So what shall we do, sir? Shall we go ahead with this concluding the discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Kevin, sir.
Yeah, can I have the contribution? I believe that the coming together of academics of this caliber is to arrive at the solutions in our backyard and putting our heads together to find makeable solutions in terms of the impact. And it will do us good to, out of this conference, to have those papers ready and publish and share the knowledge and welcome collaborations. Because of I have seen tomorrow's program, there is overlapping materials in terms of the impact, and how the editors will lump that together is another story. But how I wish if we could, out of this, have a booklet of some sort where the views of resolutions, solutions into each and every problem, and tie it with our conference theme and distribute to every member of this conference. I believe that will do us good. That's my contribution. Thank you so much, colleague. I'm delighted to be invited.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful ideas. Yes.
Okay. That's
what is you?
I have to. Yeah, I have one more question to Vaishali Saxena, madam. If I am permitted, just I will go ahead with this question.
Please, sir,
can I ask? Yeah. Vaishali Saxena, madam, that you have brought in so many issues, and you began your discussion or your presentation with the case studies. That is actually it's happening, and then you are bringing into the issues like liberalization, privatization, globalization, and then you are also bringing in the issues like the peaceful coexistence, the balanced growth, balanced life of the individual here. But when we see that the debates about the globalization, ever since India was, see, it was prepared in 1990s, that liberalization, privatization, the globalization was a mantra, and therefore most of the nation states were completely entering into integration of the so-called the economies of the world, the global economies. And there was a so-called the move was also going on, and that is nation states are completely sharing their nation state sovereignty with the so-called the global order. Now the issue has COVID-19. The issue has raised so-called it has raised an issues like the most of the nation states now these days they never think in terms of now what happens here moving across the globe in terms of now what happens goods, services, transportation, communication, and all scientific so-called services, etc., etc. Here, so nation states now these days they are thinking in terms of completely locking down their border. Issue number one. Number two, no nation state would like to completely push forward the so-called as their export, so-called the mechanism of the promotion measures. Number two. Number three, no nation state is completely coming forward here to import the so-called the goods from the other country because of the pandemic 19. So therefore, it might affect their so-called as the economies, etc., etc. Now, don't you think that the so-called as the globalization, what we had studied, understand debates and the globalization debates, what we studied, and the post 19 COVID-19 situation actually, it has reversed back actually, and therefore here under the circumstances, what do you think that the issues like governance, public administration, and the state system that it has to completely take, whether it has to take a so-called the central role, or do you think that these roles have to be completely set back? That what we are witnessing today. Now over to so-called Vaishali Saxena, madam, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for this question. As you said very correctly, we know that in liberalized economy, less of rules, less of control by the state and by the government. But now every day, government is coming up with a standard of procedures. It is not only about in economic realm, but also in social realm, that when you are flying, what to do, when you are commuting or taking public transport, what to do, or if you are going to market, what to do. The state and government, because of the circulation, is forced to make rules, and they are giving a standard of operating rules and procedures as well. So the first liberalization, it not only economic liberalization, it is a question mark on our social liberalization as well, whether to go to a relative or visit some hospital or a school or office or anything like that. And then let's talk as far as globalization, we are strongly connected, but because of this COVID-19 situation, borders are generally sealed, and it is not across nation. But for the first time, I think I am witnessing something like this, that within India, within a state, we are trying to seal our borders. So we need to definitely need to think this LPG model, and how this COVID-19 it is influencing this LPG model. In my discussion, I just wanted to point it out. I am not against any ism. I mean, what I always feel, that we can always take good things. We can always draw goodies from any ism or from any thought. I am a follower of Buddha, and I always prefer to take middle path. That is why I talk of balance in life. So this economic order, if it is going uh, and functioning in extreme manner, definitely somewhere it is affecting us negatively. And as I was describing, that how this consumption and production, unnecessary consumption and unnecessary production, it is somewhere influencing our entire life. And because the way we live, if there are lots of analysis and comparison of developed and developing countries, and mm, per person resource use as well. I mean, by going through that, if we see that then per person resource use globally, it again varies. So wherever it is less, I mean, people need to be provided with the basics of the life. It is very much needed. They should be given a decent living. They must be given food. They must be given employment. They must be given health facilities, but definitely unnecessary consumption can be avoided. Living a luxurious lifestyle, I don't think so. I mean, it is ethically right when we are living amidst poverty. So this is one issue. As far as government and state have been concerned, I mean, broadly, we see development as state intervention. Whatever state perceives, that is what people started thinking. So the kind of a development we have, it is it is state led. It is planned. So why not? Why not governments and state can plan for balanced life? And by propagating those values among people, by instilling those values in the society, governments and state can play a bigger role, and that is what needed. Why I always remember the quote of Habermas that can civilization afford to submit itself to one value, and that is economic. Sir, I think that above economics, there exists society, there exist people, there exists our environment, and we need to align ourselves in one line. Then only human civilization can flourish.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mohandas sir, are there any questions any from any participants? Are there any questions? If no questions, then I will have to move to the last part of this session.
Yes, sir, please. Yes, sir, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, Ramesh sir.
Yes,
May I
sir.
now take 1 minute here. Here, on behalf of Rani Chennamma University, the Department of Studies and Research in Political Science here, we have completely created a wonderful opportunity to express my gratitude and to express my views with regard to this international national conference on COVID-19 distress prospects and the so-called distress and the prospects. First of all, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to Professor Ramesh and his entire team and the colleagues who have arranged such a wonderful and so-called an eye-opening so-called as a conference, which is a completely, though it is an economic related so-called the topic here, but every so-called the streams and every so-called as the discipline needs to interrelate itself to the so-called the concerned streams here as to how actually the COVID-19 is impacting in each and every segment and every section of the society. I feel that there are no so-called the part and there is no so-called as the aspect which is not being touched by the COVID-19 aspects here. So in the light of it, I would like to thank special thanks to Professor Ramesh and his entire team members, Professor Kamalakshi Madam, Professor Subalwantu, Professor so-called as so-called the Hanumantaya, Professor and Rakati Minister. So you have done a wonderful job here, and therefore the prospect I would see here is that you have completely made a sincere attempt here that across the globe that you have completely selected a wonderful so-called resource persons here, and you have brought in one platform here to have a completely one-to-one understanding of different socio-economic and political and educational aspects of the so-called as the other environmental issues that you have touched upon. Really applicable one. The next important thing is I never believed that the Department of Political Science, when I was there as a coordinator at the first inception stage, So I never thought that department would grow in a such a leaps and bounds, and it may reach to the so-called this level of organizing the international seminar here of this kind. And therefore, my special thanks to so-called Rani Chennamma University, especially the Department of Studies in Political Science here. And the next important thing here, so with regard to the so-called the paper number one, just I would like to make my president's remarks over here. This is with regard to Dr. Efren Kevin the Simononi paper. I think this is a wonderful paper that the topic that you have selected is a very innovative and very an eye-opening so-called the research topic. The qualitative and the quantitative methods that you would like to inculcate in this, and I think this paper you would like to completely carry it out in the future also. I learned that from your paper that the government has not thought about the so-called as this aspect here, and I think there is an increasing need and necessity of completing this issue as an emerging issue, not only in the South Africa but even in the global level also. Next important thing here that you have mentioned with regard to the government legislation with regard to address this particular the Domestic Violence Act in the South Africa is very less. It means that lack of so far the legislation is also legislation with respect to this particular problem. I think the South African government is lagging behind. So this aspect and this issue that you have very properly, appropriately raised this, then I think this is an eye opener to other countries too. The next important thing is increased cases of domestic violence. Actually, the tertiary sectors, actually the graduation students, and that you said that in your paper presentation that in the community level, actually the most of the students actually been affected with this kind of so-called as domestic violence. Here, I think this is the what we call as related to the so-called as the violation, something which is quite related to the violation of the human rights issues also. So therefore, we feel the human worth, human dignity, and the human so-called as the significant human values and that need to be taken into consideration in the days to come here. So I think overall, your paper presentation here is from the governmental side, the resources for the allocation of undertaking such research projects is also, I think it is not so-called adequate here. It's I feel that from your paper that it's inadequate actually from the governmental side here. But I think the efforts are to be made by so-called mobilizing and completely creating the lobbying the South African government here to release more funds and to take up this kind of issues and the research so-called as the projects and even the PhDs also is a welcome step here. So I think overall the paper, this is presented by the Kevin sir, and that is the Efren so-called Simononi paper and his co-colleagues here. So I thank you very much here for your wonderful presentation and thank you very much for your support the noble ideas that you have selected, and it could be related even to the human rights issues also at the domestic level here. So thank you, sir. Thank you for your colleague, and thank you for wonderful session that you have shared in this particular so-called the platform here. Moving on to the next important paper, that is the so-called the Dr. Vaishali Saxena madam has rightly pointed out that she has brought in actually the 3-4 important issues. Just I would like to throw a light on actually the role of the so-called public system management. So-called the public system management, how it is completely, it is playing its a significant role here in containing and in overcoming the pandemic, called COVID-19 issues here. What is the so-called the steps that the so-called the systems like so-called the government and the state and the policy issues and the so-called as how government should look at the so-called the environment, whether it's a natural or artificial environment, in which now government should completely now what make a move. Government should completely think in terms of now what happens here, how to live, how to completely allow the civilians or the civil society to lead a balanced life. So I think this is what we call the civil society balanced life is. I think this is a wonderful idea that you are sharing through your paper here. This is really this is an enlightening to all of us over here. Next important thing, the government is making sincere efforts here completely how to completely harmonize these issues between the peace, prosperity, and the security threats that the so-called the post-COVID-19 situation that we are fighting here. So everybody right now, we are completely now distressed because of now what happens here. The government, the public system management was not mentally, it was prepared. We were not knowing actually how to completely mitigate the situation. And therefore, we were also completely now unaware about the rehabilitation issues that may crop up. We are completely distressed because of the COVID-19, because of what happens here. Public systems actually pressed into the service. For example, doctors, for example, nurses, for example, self-help groups, for example, so-called ASHA workers, for example, the doctors and nurses, for example, police personnel. I think you are touching about the bureaucracy. So I think without the role of the bureaucracy, it is very hard and difficult to completely maintain the public harmony and the peace and security within the civil society. So I think the very important issue that you have raised here is really an eye-opening. Nobody completely acknowledges the services that is rendered by the police department over here. So I think the bureaucracy, the so-called the stand that what they are taking, bureaucracy is taking here. That's the wonderful idea that you have completely shared in this particular session here. So I thank for that important thing here. Now, loss of so-called the natural resources, I don't think so in this particular point here. So I think like COVID-19, post-COVID-19 situation has completely, it has completely now so-called what you call as posed, what we call, you see that the environment automatically get itself completely rectified, and therefore now what happens here, the pollution aspects has completely come down, and therefore now what happens here, the environmental issues, the so-called the pollution issues with regard to the so-called CFCs. For example, now what happens here, this is the climatic change, what we have witnessed here. So all these so-called as the natural resources aspects actually, the post-COVID-19 situation has completely now what happens here, brought to a limelight, for which now what happens here, almost all the nation states now what happens here, we were struggling hard to completely minimize this what we call as the balance here. Now, for example, if you can take into consideration the Johannesburg conference, and if you can take into consideration the Rio Earth so-called the summit here, the so-called outcomes of which what we were struggling hard here to completely to reach to at the stage where we are right now. Actually, now what happens here, we tried our level best here in cooperating and coordinating the policies between the nation states here. There is the stage what we have reached now. So therefore, none of the nation states here, they came forward here how to completely evolve a so-called firm policy with respect to completely have this kind of so-called the chlorofluorocarbons of the ozone layer, preservation of the ozone layer, etc. To find that you have raised so-called as environmental issues that you have brought in, and therefore now what happens, the another important issue that I would like to especially thank you for example, you highlighted about development versus displacement, and you are also talking about now development administration versus administration of the development here. So I think this is a very important so-called as the issues that the younger generation completely must take into, and they must completely think into in these terms here. So development administration and administration of the development here. I think that also issue that we have completed touching upon this for the balanced growth and the balanced so-called the life that we are witnessing here. So I think this is a very wonderful idea that you have shared orally here. So I think from my personal behalf and on behalf of the Rani Chennamma University and on behalf of the Department of Political Science and the entire staff fraternity over here, so I greatly indebted to you for presenting such a wonderful paper here. So thank you very much, madam. And I would like to take this opportunity. Yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the so-called the Mohan Das here. So that who has completely without who's so-called the chronologizing the thing and synchronizing the entire so-called the process, this actually the platform would not have been possible over here. So I think that I take my using the personal indebtedness to the so-called Mohan Das sir too. So Mohan Das, thank you very much sir here for actually the wonderful so-called the stating this particular platform and actually the making it the most impact and so-called the most effective one. Thank you, sir. Right. Lastly, I would like to take the special so-called as thanks to so-called as the universities that my so-called as suggestion in this respect that the university must take up such kind of so-called the international topics here wherein we can come and we can sit and we can discuss one-to-one and we completely share our ideas and share our views here so that one can incorporate at the individual level and we can incorporate at the state and societal level here. Therefore, without so-called much so-called ado about all these things here. So I think so-called as the COVID-19 has touched upon so-called the redefining what we mean by so-called as the issues like so-called Marshall McLuhan, for example, here Francis Fukuyama, for example, Anthony Giddens. So all these aspects here, if you look into these debates here, so I think in the post-COVID-19 situation, so I think it leaves us a so-called Pandora's box, whether are we really completely moving in the right direction or all these issues are need to be redefined. So therefore, here with these my so-called as suggestions here. So I thank each and every one of you here for this wonderful session here. Thank you once again, one and all. Over to Ramesh sir,
Yeah.
over to Dr. Mohandas sir. Thank you.
So may I say
Mohandas?
something?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Professor Patil ji. It is a great opportunity to listen to you as well as Professor Samnioni. And I thank first of all Professor Ramesh, you has contacted me for this. And yes, Dr. Kiran and Alok for giving me this opportunity where I can make interaction, a meaningful, a quality interaction with esteemed galaxy of persons. Thank you so much for giving me
Thank
this
you.
opportunity. And I think this COVID-19 is going to stimulate thinking and it is going to influence every discipline intellectually, be it social sciences or other sciences. And I think after behavioralism in postmodernity, this is one ism which is going to stay, and it is going to largely influence various disciplines and their thinking. And definitely, we are going to see a new and changing perspective post COVID-19. Thank you so much, all of you, and please accept my wishes and regards once again. Stay safe and stay healthy, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mohandas is here. Mohandas.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramesh sir. Thank you, entire team here. So I take it here. Thank you, sir.
Okay. It's my privilege to.
Hello.
Yeah, Mohandas, please.
Great session. 1.5 hours. First of all, I should be very thankful to Professor Patil sir, who rounded up the session with all the insights being put forward with the two delegates, Madam Saxena and Sir Siglioni. The significance of the scenarios of how COVID-19 the international system as the social and political system. Both of them are being great in their
Mohandas, hello. Hello. Okay. It's my duty and privilege to say thank you to all of you from the department and Rani Chennamma University. I'm very happy for Professor S.H. Patil for joining with us and chairing this session. On behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself, thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful talk and your excellent presentation. And also, on behalf of the Department of Political Science, I extend my thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And today's resource person, Vaishali Saxena ma'am, joined from Uttar Pradesh and delivered a beautiful talk on COVID-19 and its perspective and all the things. On behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself, I extend my thanks to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining with us and enlightening us.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And from all over South Africa, from yesterday, Professor Kevin Sabanian is also joining with us, and today is a time for him to deliver his special lecture along with his student Kemirina, and they both are presented beautifully, and it was excellent and informative. Thank you so much from the Department of Political Science for joining our conference. You made our conference really an international, because if you joined from the South Africa, we're very happy from our university. On behalf of the university, Rani Chennamma University, and on behalf of the Political Science, I extend my thanks to Professor Kevin Sabanian and his student Emrina. Thank you so much for joining with us. And my good friend Dr. Mohan Das, who is the moderator of this session and taken care of all the sessions activities. And on behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself, I'll extend my thanks to Dr. Mohan Das. Thank you, Mohan Das. And now we are going to immediately we are starting with the next session, the last session of this today's last session. And we are all live on Rajguru Information, our media partner. You can watch in YouTube as well as in Facebook also. Now, the next session is going to chair by Professor Jeevan Kumar, Honorary Professor, Karnataka State Rural Development and Rural Development University, Gadag. And we have a resource person, Krishna Hombat, Dr. Niranjan R, Professor Sandeep Nair, and moderator is our own Professor Mallama, Department of Computer Science, Rani Chennamma University. Now I'll request Professor Mallama, Department of Political Science, Rani Chennamma University, to take over this session and continue. Over to Mallama. Mallama ma'am. Hello. Madam, able to hear me?
Unmute ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ.
Ma'am, will you unmute? Yeah, please. Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not so audible.
One second. Rajaram sir, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ sound ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ. I will check. One second. One second. I will check.
Yeah. Please.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. 100% ಐತೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Please.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yeah, you can go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good evening to all and good afternoon to all the session members. Now today I'm going to take over for the track session 5, and the session 5, the chairperson of this session is Professor Jeevan Kumar, Honorary Professor, Karnataka State Rural Development University, Gadag. And this is my privilege and honor to introduce the today chairperson to this session 5. Sir, Dr. Kumar is Vice Chairman, Karnataka Chapter of the Sarvodaya International Trust. He served as a guest faculty at the Institute of Gandhian Studies, Varda. Formerly, Sir is a professor in the Political Science, Bangalore University, Bangalore. Currently, Honorable Professor, Karnataka State Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, Gadag. And Sir is a consultant for Indian Institute of Public Administration, Karnataka Regional Branch. And overall, the Professor Jeevan Kumar Sir has more than 38 years of experience in political science at Bangalore University. He attained superannuation as professor in July 2016. He taught various papers, which includes development politics, administration, international organization, Indian constitution, government and politics, Indian foreign policy, public management, and Gandhian studies. Sir has a broad knowledge on these political subjects. His area of specialization particular focus on development politics and administration, Indian government and politics, and Gandhian studies. Sir has occupied positions of responsibility in Bangalore University, which includes heading the Department of the Political Science, the Dr. Ambedkar Study and Research Center, and Center of Gandhian Studies. Also, he is a doctorate of correspondence courses and distance education, the International Student Cell. He also served as a special officer to the Vice Chancellor. He served as a Dean, Faculty of Arts from 2013 to 15 at Bangalore University. He served at the different positions of Academic Council and Syndicate of the Bangalore University. He was a Combo Fellow at Rampo College, New Jersey, USA in 2011. And also Sir has a Fulbright Fellow at the United Nations States in 2003 and Fellow at the Salzburg Seminar, Australia in 1997. He has visited to the various countries for his academic assignments. To name a few, include the USA, Germany, Belgium, France, Japan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. With this a small introduction, I welcome you, sir, for this wonderful session, that is session 5, track 5. And today we have the tracks with us. The track is scheduled as the resource person of today's is the Professor Krishna Humbar, Dr. Niranjan R, and Professor Sandeep Nair. So by introducing the track, I request the chairman of today's session to carry over and permit me to introduce the today's resource person. Welcome you, sir, for the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mallama. Please go ahead. Please introduce the panelists.
Yes,
and please also indicate how much time you're giving to each of them.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you. I will go with the introduction of the first resource person, Professor Krishna Humbar. Today, sir is going to discuss on the topic global and domestic perspectives of human rights of migrants during lockdown. And the brief introduction, I am here to introduce the sir. Sir is currently working as a chairman, Department of Political Science, University of Mysore, and he started his teaching in the department from 30th July 1999. Sir has received Chandrasekhara Patil Memorial Gold Medal for securing highest marks in BA Political Science from the Karnataka University, Dharwad. He has awarded PhD in Political Science for his thesis entitled Dynamics of India and Responses of National Political Parties and Analysis. Sir has also successfully guided 16 MPhil students and 7 PhD aspirant and candidates. He has published more than 40 research papers in various reputed journals and edited books. He has presented papers on various issues in several national and international seminars and conferences. He has delivered more than 100 special lectures. With this brief introduction, I request Sir to present his session. So I request the chairman, sir, and 15 minutes time is given for each resource person. So, and 5 minutes is for question answer. I request to carry out the session for presentation. Humbar, sir.
Humbar sir, please unmute your mic. Humbar sir?
Unmuted.
Yeah, okay. One second. Also, welcome our senior most Professor Asadi. Sir is also joined from Mysore University, Department of Political Science. I extend my warm welcome to Professor Asadi on behalf of the Department of Political Science, Rani Chennamma University. Sir, you are welcome, sir, for this conference. Krishna sir, please go ahead.
Okay.
You have 15 minutes, Dr. Humbar. 15 minutes. Dr. Mallama,
yes,
please
yes,
the time.
Yeah. Respected chairperson of the session, co-panelists, and all the global audience, I am extremely thankful to Professor Ramesh, who has been successful in arranging this particular conference. It's a rare for participating in this particular conference. And especially it is really a matter of great pleasure to present this particular paper when Professor Jeevan Kumar sir, a most experienced and has got a deep knowledge about the human entrepreneurship, I am presenting this particular paper. Well, already it has been stated that global and domestic perspectives of the human rights of the migrants during COVID lockdown is the title of my paper. I try to summarize the paper so as to complete it within 15 minutes time. Well, as we know that human rights are always the dazzling rays of the hope for the mankind. This is the reason why even the former Secretary General of the United Nations went to the extent of defining the human rights as the language of the entire mankind. So quite naturally, it becomes crystal clear for all of us that human rights is not an issue limited to one particular locality or one particular community. It is a universal issue and it is a concern for the entire mankind. Similarly, migrants, whether they are at the local level or at the national level or even at the global level, they cannot be excluded from the discourse on human rights. This is the reason why the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights uh, recently has pointed out that the diseases like the COVID one is always the concern of the entire mankind. That is the reason why the whole international community has a collective responsibility in tackling the problem of the COVID and the problems arising out of this particular virus are affecting each and every man on this particular earth. This is the reason why the migrants, both at the global level and even at the national and local level, are actually suffering a lot. So migrants are none other than those who are in different localities, except the ones where they are born, and they are working on they are engaged in one or the other remunerative activity. So naturally, the migrants have their own plight, and similarly, if this is the case, we have to understand one important fact here, that International Organization of the Migrants also has identified some important 14 principles, and these are mentioned in that report recently published in the month of May on 22nd. It has identified around 14 principles, and they include what you call right to health, then right to enter into the state, and right to what you call they have got some other important rights of that kind, and these rights are included there in the 14 principles. And they have the every right to departure, and they have right to entry, they have right to stay, and also they have the right to what you call return to the places in accordance with their conveniences. But mobility on the restrictions sometimes are literally the hindrances. But COVID has literally thrown several challenges to the migrants in different parts of the country. As a result, their rights have become the matter of concern for each and every one of us. So, in addition to that, I want to lay emphasis on the fact that the Article 22 of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights clearly laid down that they all are entitled to the human rights, and migrants are not exception to that. International Labour Organization, in its preamble and also in its framework, has laid emphasis on various rights, including right to form association, right to move, right to work, right to form trade unions, and such and several rights are there. And they have also the right to protection of all kinds of the rights associated, including definite hours of work and other things. But in the context of the what you call COVID lockdown situation, we do see that unprecedented situation has been created by the what you call the pandemic, and in consequence, almost all states, nation states in the world have taken lot of what you call precautions in order to prevent the large scale spread of the pandemic. And lockdown has created, in a way, a sort of a turmoil, and it has created lot of confusions and chaos, even among the sections of the what we call people, and migrants have been affected a lot. India is not an exception in this regard, and we know that the Constitution of India, especially in its third and fourth part, clearly has given several important rights. It is the responsibility of the state to guarantee not only to protect but also to strengthen these rights, and these rights are equally applicable to the migrants in the context of India. So naturally, even Rajiv Bhargava, in his article, laid emphasis on the fact that the rights mean simply they are not the pious words of the Constitution, and they are the most important policy parameters even for the governments, and the governments have to respect these rights. It's often criticized that the government of India and also some of the state governments have utterly failed in protecting the rights of the migrants, because the unplanned lockdown has created a lot of anarchy in the country, and this anarchy or the chaos is responsible for the large scale visible and invisible violence against the migrants. So naturally, in the context of India, we do see that the migrants means I have identified two to three important what you call migrant women. Migrant women's rights. I want to lay emphasis on that. And in this context, I want to draw your attention to some important persons like Golab Swain, an Odisha woman migrant worker, and she was literally caught in Bangalore when the lockdown was declared. She was unable to go to her place and she was under deep distress. And she, when interview was there, she gave an interview to one particular newspaper. In that, she states that there might be an understanding between various agencies, including the Odisha government, and they are not allowing us to enter into the state. So this kind of apprehensions and suspicions were nurtured on account of the delay in taking the decision on part of the government agencies. This lack of what we call timely intervention by the states created a sort of a feeling in the minds of the people that their human rights have been violated. So Asha Hansa, a professor, she literally paid a visit to some Bangalore and Tirupur garment factories where she undertook some survey, and she came to the conclusion that even in these factories there were no proper facilities for the women who were working in that factories as workers. So, for example, lack of space. That means rooms were very small, and there was no sanitation, and there were no facilities even for the women workers properly. And how could it be possible for them to maintain a social distance and physical distance within that ambience? So naturally, they were also asked to work 12 hours for 2 days. It was literally far excess of the definite hours of work that each and every laborer is supposed to work in a factory like this. So this clearly indicates that women are the most vulnerable if there are the migrant women, and that is the reason why these migrant women's rights have become most vulnerable in the context of the COVID situation. Similarly, we have come across in media that a tribal child and the children rights are also violated in this case. You should understand that Jamla Makdam, a tribal girl, she was traveling from Telangana to Chhattisgarh for about 150 kilometers she traveled, and she died just before reaching her home. That means she was just away 11 to 13 kilometers away from home when she passed her when she lost her breath. She breathed her last. It clearly indicates that not only children of this kind breathed their last, and many children who were at the age of 4 and 5 were traveling on foot. So state as an agency, state as a guardian of the human rights, was not ready to make necessary arrangements in order to help the people. So children are also the one more section which is most vulnerable to the COVID imposed or induced lockdown. So children, you must have seen walking along with their parents. Even some women, some mother, they were taking their children on the suitcases. So they were not given the proper care. So malnutrition and other such problems are there. During the COVID, such a situation really was a pathetic, and it intensified the gravity of the problem. So even the parents, aged parents, their rights were also violated, and children's rights were also violated. I am unable to come out with the statistics because still the governments themselves are groping about to understand the gravity of the problem or in correcting the statistics, etc. So under these circumstances, we do see that not only women's rights, not only the children's rights, but also the rights of the farmers were also violated because they could not get the proper support price for whatever the crops that they have grown, and they are perished. Most of their vegetables and crops that they had grown, they could not find appropriate market or appropriate market rates for their products. That was the reason why they had to sometimes throw their vegetables and other things on the street itself. So it clearly indicates that lack of market intervention at the behest of the state was responsible for the violation of the rights of the farmers. So likewise, when the NHRC, National Human Rights Commission, which was established in the year 1993 in order to protect the rights of the people, it was very much silent. So the silence of the National Human Rights Commission was also a matter of apprehension. And anyhow, thanks to the effort of the one important human rights activist by name Maza Daruwala, she had filed a complaint with the National Human Rights Commission. And at the request, on account of the complaint filed by Daruwala, National Human Rights Commission issued a directive both to the government of India and also to the state government, especially for Madhya Pradesh and also Maharashtra. In the case of Madhya Pradesh, the NHRC remarked or pointed out the callous approach of the Madhya Pradesh government and also Maharashtra in failing to protect the human rights of a pregnant woman. She was walking all through the way. So likewise, NHRC's mere recommendatory authority is of no use. Even in times of crisis like the COVID, it had to play an important role. And in addition to that, we can also find out one more institution, that is judiciary. Judiciary is supposed to be the guardian. It is considered as a guardian of the rights of the people. So Supreme Court, ranging from March 30th till June 9, 2020, we come across that Supreme Court did not come to the rescue of the migrant workers well within the time. And when advocates wrote a letter, nearly 20 advocates, including P. Chidambaram and others, wrote a letter to the Supreme Court inviting its attention to the most significant human rights of the migrants.
I
That is,
request the speaker.
human rights is
Time is going on. Please, sir, come to
okay.
the conclusion, sir.
Okay. So that is the reason why Supreme Court has issued 7 directions, and subsequently on 9th June it has issued 8 directions to the union and state governments, and in accordance with those directions, the governments have to act now. And on July 8, 2020, Supreme Court is going to assess the performance of the governments in implementing its directions in order to protect the rights of the migrants. In conclusion, I do say that the human rights of the migrant workers has multiple perspectives, especially it has global perspective as well as domestic perspective. And it is the responsibility of the international community and also the governments to protect the rights of the migrant workers and also the migrants without catering to the needs and aspirations of the migrant workers insofar as their rehabilitation issues are concerned. Perhaps human rights will not be safe in the country and also the world. I profusely thank Professor M. N. Ramesh, Jivan Kumar sir, and co-panelists, and all those who are attending this particular webinar in this particular session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Hambal.
Thank you,
Dr. Do we have question and answers right now or at the end of the session, Dr. Malama? I cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself, Dr. Malama. Unmute Mari Matadi.
Sir, at the end of the session, we can give the presidential remark for each of the resource persons. Sir.
Okay, so no interaction right now. We go to the next speaker.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So please introduce the next speaker and.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, sir. So next resource person is Dr. Niranjan R. The topic of their session is the impact of COVID-19 on employment in informal sector. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Niranjan R. Department of Economics, Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Ballari. Sir is working from last 8 years. Is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Ballari. So prior to that, sir joining to the university, he worked as an assistant professor in the Department for Social and Economical Change, ISEC, Bangalore. He obtained his doctoral degree from the University of Mysore. He has completed 3 research projects funded by different agencies, and several of his papers is published in reputed international and national journals. With this brief introduction, I request Professor Niranjan R. to go ahead with the topic. Sir, I request to the chairperson to carry out the session, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mallama. Dr. Niranjan, over to you. You have 15 minutes as per the organizers. You can begin your presentation now.
Niranjan? Niranjan, you are audible? Niranjan? Hello? Sir, I think he has some connection problem. Can we take 1 or 2 questions? I'll just check out with him.
Okay.
Niranjan?
Okay, we can open it up for questions while the problem is resolved.
Sir, otherwise, can we go with another speaker, sir, with your permission? Sandeep Nair, sir, is there? Professor Sandeep Nair?
Okay, I think we'll do that.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that. I think it's better we will proceed to the next speaker.
Ma'am, can you introduce Professor? Yes, sir, please. Sorry to interrupt. Please, sir. Jeevan, sir.
No, nothing. We can go to the third speaker. Dr. Mallama will have to introduce him.
Yeah, please unmute so that I can introduce to the next person. Yeah. So it's my pleasure to introduce one more eminent resource person. That is Professor Sandeep Nair. Is currently working as Associate Professor, KLS Gupta Institute of Technology, MBA College. He is a gold medalist in economics and PhD in management. His area of research includes economy, education, management, international business, and cross-cultural relations. He has 25 years of experience in teaching and research. He is a visiting faculty at various universities and also a trainer of skills at corporates. He has been an author and research consultant. On the other board, he is also a board of studies of institute and trustees of social organization. He strongly believes in the intellectual social responsibility. With this brief introduction, sir is going to talk today on the topic essence of education and the challenges of virtual learning and educators' perspective. With this thing, I request Professor Sandeep Nair to take over the session.
Hello.
Sir, Nair sir, to take over the session.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear.
Can I start? Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Dr. Mallama Reddy, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Respected chair, esteemed colleagues, I'll keep it to the time. Essence of education and the challenges of virtual learning and educators' perspective. I shall present it as briefly as possible. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So education, I'm going to keep it very brief. Education, I believe, is evolution. It's a journey towards truth, light, and immortality. Now, based on Sanskrit shloka, defining education, it's a conscious realization of the inner strength, perfection or divinity as taken from Swami Vivekananda. So basically the meaning of education, as I understand, it's a deliberate internalization of cognition, creativity, and collaboration, intellect, imagination, and interactivity, which results in change in behavior. When I say it's a realization, I am concerned about the present context of education as an acquisition. So education should not be an acquisition of academic achievement or affiliate distinction. So it's a realization. That's my perspective. Now, the present context of the world we are living in, it's an extremely equal world. It's a flat world. It's an extremely free world, great amount of freedom to express, to think and do and act. It's a world based on entitlement. When I say entitlement, greater emphasis on rights than responsibilities. Now, it's a digital world. It's a VUCA world. It's a volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous world. And COVID is just an example. And we are living in a village. It's a global village. What happened in Wuhan spread to Wellington in New Zealand in no time. And everybody knows the other. So it's a global village. Now, let me come to online learning. Please note, I've deliberately kept as virtual learning, not online learning. Virtual is the most important word here. Online learning is a use of technology in remote, open, anytime or choice-based learning. Now, the question I'm trying to understand is, if learning becomes virtual, what would be the actual education? That was the concern with which this paper was designed. Now, because we are living in COVID-19, the essence of education has been simplified and allow me to represent in the form of 8 C's. So the essence of education, as I see, is represented by 8 C's, which are character, culture, competence, collaboration, compassion, confidence, communication, and commitment. I shall go to each of them as briefly as possible. Essentially, it all begins with character. What makes us human? The value that makes us human, the core of being. That's what I understand by character. Now, if nobody is watching, what am I? Now, today, enabled by technology of the world, today we are living in is comparison, competition, and conflict has defined self-worth, and we are relating or defining ourselves in relation to others rather than our own self. There's a compelling desire to prove or please the world. We are a citizen of the largest nation, which is a social media nation. In that context, character has to be the core of education. Now, this is my belief. Next comes culture. Culture is collective consciousness. Now, what do I represent is culture? Where do I belong is culture? Who am I responsible for is culture? Is it my parents, my family, the institution, the profession, the society, nation, the world, or the state? Now, what is our understanding of whom am I representing? Now, we all carry our parents or family name, but do we represent them? We also represent a profession. To what extent have we internalized their ethics is very important. So my concept of culture is education, or education should make me realize where do I derive my role or duties or responsibilities from. Now, the third C I come to is competence. Now, we are living in knowledge economy, and knowledge is basically, I understand, is selection of information. We are living in the midst of information explosion. So in this context, are we aware of how to select what to know and what not to know? Specialized knowledge and application is the modern day weapon of survival. The physical, intellectual, and social abilities that develop through concentration, comprehension, and contemplation has been challenged because of what we call as, in a management jargon, the tyranny of choice. There seems to be a great amount of harm that's being done because of excessive choice. So therefore, are we able to understand where my strength believes, or do I want to be a generalist or a specialist? So education should give me the idea about where my competence lies. Next one, collaboration. Here I'm trying to understand the ability to work in teams. There was a global survey by, if I'm right, Team Lease in 2018, which said the greatest skill that defines efficiency success across the world among professionals is the ability to work in team. Now here we are looking at a simple ability to agree to disagree. And that seems very, very important. Here, I think the neglect of family and therefore the ability to get along and the dominance of technology, which has enhanced a sense of empowerment without empathy. Now, we are experiencing a great sense of empowerment, but because we're also getting a little away from family, we are not able to empathize, and therefore we are more concerned about the rights than the responsibilities. So collaboration, our ability to get along is being tested, and education should be the means to help us do that. Now, compassion, I go to the next one, compassion. I understand compassion as an acknowledgement or sensitivity towards all that is around us, which is self and family and nature and organizations, everything that belongs to us, everything that's around us. Now, the kind of ecological imbalance or the COVID that we are simply not conscious in utilizing, in making use of, everything seems to be a resource. And may I mention here that we are in what is understood as where self-itis is a potential mental illness, and self-itis is a technical name for selfie. So we are extremely self-obsessed, and education is a means of addressing the self-obsession and being connected. Now, the next one I go to, the C, is confidence. What exactly is confidence? These may be very simple terminologies, but I understand this. Confidence is faith in the intrinsic goodness and abilities within. Now, awareness of one's strength and weakness is confidence. I know what I know, and I also very well know what I don't know. Now, this clarity of SWOT is what gives me confidence. Now, here what we understand is, today confidence is bestowed by the dependence on external possessions, power or material or things like that, as a feel-good factor. Now, are we able to positively introspect? And this social skill of introspection is basically we derive, we earn, we learn by getting reflections from others. It's the world we look at and understand about ourselves. The world becomes a mirror. In that context, I should be able to absolutely understand what am I good at and what am I not. Today, we are living amidst a theory of everything where everybody seems to know everything. Now, so therefore, confidence, an individual should know what is good at, is definitely better at something, and what is not. Let's not pretend that we know everything. That's where the confidence question comes in. Now, next one I go to is communication. As we understand, communication is a process of building a community, the world we desire. I, through my communication, build a group or a world I wish to live in, wish to belong to. Now, therefore, non-communication is impossible. So, because it's impossible, communication has to be deliberate. But do we? So, therefore, communication is nothing but completion of understanding. Today, are we aware how we are communicating? Now, because of our excessive exposure to, say, something like technology, we are not able to relate to humans. Now, allow me to say is emojis, those pictures which come on the social media, they are not emotions, they are cartoons. Now, the point I'm coming to is, how are we communicating has to be deliberately understood, because understanding is communication. So therefore, that is the essence of education for me. Next one I go to is commitment. Now, when I say commitment, it's a goal, it's an aspiration, it's a purpose of life. Now, what drives me? What motivates me? What am I looking forward to? What am I willing to enrich in life? All that I use, all that I exploit, all that I experience should have a mark of me. There should be something. Now, Asatoma, Sadgamaya, and Amritangamaya, what makes us immortal? Our legacy. The knowledge we leave behind, the ideas we contribute. And this is done when we are committed to something sacred, something larger than ourselves. Do we know that? Do we have something to look up to? So these are the 8 C's of, as I understand, what education is fundamentally designed to confer upon. Now, there has been a beautiful presentation on challenges of online learning. Now, it's a stage we have to accept. It's a place we have to belong. There's no option. But what are we to be conscious of? Now, challenges are physical and psychological, social, technological, environmental, economic, ethical. That's a part. Now, what are the opportunities I'm looking at here? I think one of the greatest here, when we talk about virtual learning, it's not just the medium that has to change. If the medium changes, very often we know, sir, that medium is a message. So therefore, the content has to change, the pedagogy has to change, the methodology has to change, the stakeholders have to change. In that context, this is a time to look at complete redesign of content and curriculum. I'm especially looking at the school education. And today, unfortunately, families have outsourced their parenting to the schools and other agencies. Now, this is a time to integrate parents and family to children's learning. They become equal stakeholders. That's a great opportunity I look at. And also, just to look at certain things, I also
sorry for
believe,
interruption. Please come to the conclusion, sir.
yes, I'm doing it. Now, therefore, there are 5 elements I'm looking at. School and technology will be a part of it, which will give you knowledge and innovation. Bring in society which teaches skills, bring in sports which promotes attitude, and bring in family which promotes values. So I look at this as an opportunity considering the essence of education. Thank you so much. You've been kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Nair. I'm sorry we had to rush you towards the end.
Thank you, sir. No
If
problem.
there's time at the end, if there are questions, perhaps you can tell us a little more about those opportunities that I'm sure you would want to share with us. Is the other third speaker ready, Dr. Mallama? I cannot hear you. You've been muted.
Actually, the muting is with the host, sir. Because of that, it is little difficult for me.
We realize that. We understand your problem.
Yes.
The question is the third speaker ready now?
Yes, sir. I'm just requested, sir. Sir Ramesh, sir. Sir is there?
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, he is having some network problem. There is one question for Krishna Hombard. He cannot able to read. If you read and tell to Krishna Hombard, Krishna Hombard will answer that question later. Niranjan will join.
Okay, sir. Sir has a network issue, sir. Then we'll go for a question
Yeah,
answering.
Okay,
Question
okay.
answering with the resource person.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
request the participants whoever have the question answer, you can go ahead with that. So both the resource persons are here to answer your queries.
I mean, chat for Krishna Hombard, there is one question.
Somebody has to read it out for Krishna Hombard.
Yeah, I will read it, sir. Krishna Hombard, sir. I have
Please.
one question.
Please. Yes,
What
madam.
is your view on the role of Supreme Court in taking up the issue of human right of migrant workers? Do you think that the Supreme Court has failed? Sir, have you got
Okay.
the question, sir? I need to repeat once again.
Yeah. Whether the Supreme Court has failed, that is the question.
Yes, sir. And one more query is also there, sir.
It's not. Yeah, please tell me, madam.
That is.
One more.
Yes, sir. Go ahead with the answer, sir. That's the question.
Okay, madam. As I was telling in while presentation, that Supreme Court is the guardian of the rights of the people, whether during COVID times or in non-COVID times. It is supposed to play its role, and especially if you consider, if you take the history of the Supreme Court's role from 30th March till June 9, it clearly indicates that although it took up the suo moto case regarding the problems of the migrants, but in the initial stage, it was not so warm and it was not so quick. And only after the reactions from the advocates and public, it became sufficiently vacant, and still it could have acted still more quickly in addressing the issues of the migrant workers. Because during the COVID times, COVID lockdown times, perhaps the crisis was very much severe. And Supreme Court has the jurisdiction to act quickly, and it should not have taken so much of time in responding to it. Better than late, at least it has issued directions on June 9, and of course it is though late, to some extent, it has alerted the governments. That way, it has partially failed. This is my position.
Yes, sir. One more question is there for you, sir. I'm reading it. As the migrant workers are concerned, why there is no liability for the employers to respect the human rights of the migrant worker instead of fixing the responsibility upon the state alone?
Fine, the question is very nice, and even Factory Act makes a provision for the employers to share some responsibilities to the workers. But unfortunately, the situation is that most of the workers are not registered in the case of most of the states. So wherever the migrant workers are registered, there the employers have a responsibility. But under these circumstances, perhaps it has become anarchic, and factory owners should be definitely given some responsibility in mitigating and minimizing the problems of the migrant workers and to strengthen their rights.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, one of the resource person, Professor Niranjan Ari, is joined now. So, with respect, with the permission from the chairperson, could I start with the session, sir? Sir, Niranjan, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm online. It's
Okay.
audible.
Yeah, it's properly audible, sir. Can we
Yeah.
start with the session, sir?
Yeah, madam. We can start it now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairman of this session, and I will be presenting my views on COVID-19 and the employment in the informal sector. So I wish to do a PPT presentations which I have prepared. So in this case, I'm going to share the screen, my screen. I request the host to disable the screening.
Yes, Niranjan, you can.
I request the host to allow me to share the screen.
Ready? You can share.
Okay.
And limit to please limit your 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
You can share your things.
I hope the screen is shared.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, it's visible. Okay. I will be presenting my views on COVID-19 and employment in the informal sector. Before understanding the level of employment and in the informal sector, so I want to present a few views of mine on the state of the Indian economy before the advent of the COVID-19. Because what was the state of the Indian economy, how it is growing, and how it is performing, I want to present those views, because based on that we can assess how the COVID-19 is going to impact on the Indian economy. So okay. So this was the state of the Indian economy at the time of COVID. We can see how the GDP is growing in the country, how the economy is performing. So suppose if we look the last column, that is Q1 and Q2 of 2019 and 20. So we are at the historical low growth rate at the advent of the COVID-19. If you look from 2017-18 Q4, we are the highest GDP growth rate at 7.9%. After Q4 2017-19, so we have from 2017-19, the growth rate of the Indian economy is continuously sliding. So it is declining from 7.9 to 7.7%, and thereafter 6.9, and to an historical level of 4.5%. That means our economy was pathetic. That means our economy was in very bad shape at the advent of the COVID-19 in terms of GDP. So this is what the data speaks. And suppose if we look not only the GDP, but also if we look the other components of high frequency indicators. Again, this data is taken by a monetary policy report, April 2020 by from Reserve Bank of India. So if we look into the urban demand, the components of urban demand, which is an high frequency data indicator, how the level of consumption in different indicators. Passenger vehicle sales, it is from October 2019. That means in the second quarter and the third quarter onwards, it is declining. That is the consumption of passenger vehicles sales. And if you sell the consumer durables, the consumption of consumer durables by the urban economy, again, it was around minus. It is the vehicle sales, it's in the minus trajectory. The consumption by the consumption durables, again, it was minus 40%, and domestic air passenger traffic, so it is around 1.5%. So this was a high frequency indicators data which provide data provided by the RBI. It shows at the second and the third quarter of last year it was declining, and the other component, if you look, the household credit, the number, the credit card outstanding is some 33% year-on-year growth rate. It is 33% credit was outstanding, and the vehicle loans is increasing at the December to January. That period, vehicle loan is increasing, but if you see the personal loan, it remains constant. So this was the high frequency indicators of the data which speaks relating to the state of the Indian economy at the later stages of last year, the Q1 and Q2. Because we know that what happened after late February, because we cannot, since that data is not available and data we cannot release. Then if we look into the rural demand, again, it takes the RBI provides high frequency indicators for rural demand, such as full economy, motorcycles consumption, and the tractor scales. Tractor scale, there is a considerable jump to the tune of 21.3%. That was in February 2020, because that is again a different higher income group is better. The motorcycle consumption is minus 22%. It's in the negative territory, and the consumption of non-durables in the rural economy also, it is in the minus 0.3. It is in the negative territory. So if you look into the investment demand, so again, this investment demand is by the business sector, the corporate sector, or the industry sector, how the industry was performing before the advent of COVID, or at the time of advent of COVID, because in India, the first COVID case was reported in the first week of February. So this data is still February 20, because if you see the import of capital goods, so again, this import of capital goods is by the industry. So that is required for the investment purpose. If you look, it started declining way back in the December 2018 itself, but it turned negative in June 2019. And thereafter, you can see the import of capital goods, which are essential for fixed investment by the industry, turned to the negative level in the end of the Q2 and in the beginning. Banks is remaining constant, but and if you look the green line, the index of industrial production, again, it is in the negative territory. That means the performance of the industry was not in good shape, because not in good shape at the advent of the COVID. Because why we are focusing on the state of the Indian economy at the beginning of the this coronavirus is that because we have to focus on employment, because this performance is, if it's a positive performance, means that is again an impetus for employment generation. If the industry is not performing well, if the most of the macroeconomic variables are not performing well, means again that will definitely affect the employment as well as on the income generation. So keeping that view, I'm first presenting the views on the state of the Indian economy before advent of coronavirus, and that we can, because everybody know, because of lockdown, the economic activities, most of the economic activities are altered and the production activities are altered. So it will definitely affect the employment and the income generation. And the savings and investment gap in India till the so if we see there is again why there is a decline in savings, I show in the adjacent to this graph what the government has taken, the steps taken by the government in in reducing the interest rate. Suppose if you look this graph, the orange line shows the saving rate, and the blue line shows the investment rate. And this investment rate is 32%, and the savings rate is 30.1%. As you can investment, and there is a public is a dis-saving, and the private is also dis-saving. So why there is a savings and investment gap means because of the policies taken by the government for over a period of time. Suppose if you look here, I have given a chart where most of reduce the rate of interest on most most of the savings instruments. So it is a disincentive, and people it is not encouraging to save people. So if people save more, then it can take investment and the production and output, where it is all interconnected. If you see most saving deposits, again it remains status quo. 1 year time deposits is reduced from 6.9 to 5.5%. Again, 2 year time deposits is reduced with the same extent. 5 year time deposits also reduced from 7.7 to 6.7%. Most of the savings instruments has been reduced. So if it is reduced, means then because the savings itself, which are channeled for investment, and these policies will definitely impact, definitely in future also encourage the gap for the savings and investment gap, because savings will decline. Suppose if you look this orange lane, which is around from 35 to 36% from 2011, because of this interest cut in most of the savings instruments, the saving rate has been declining. So even after in future also it is going to decline. So this was the state of the financial status of the Indian economy. Then growth of financial services. If you look into the bank credit, if you look from November 2018, so there is a continuous decline in the bank credit to the industry as well as the services sector as well as to the agricultural sector. This is year-on-year growth rate. So year-on-year growth rate, the bank credit to different sectors has been declining, starting from November 2018 to which is around 14% was the year-on growth rate. It declined to 6.1%. So this was the state of the Indian economy. The bank credit is declining, industry is not performing. And if you look into the non-performing assets, agriculture is around 10%. Industry, again, the non-performing assets, which is around some 24%, it is declined to 16%. Again, some positive policies by the government and the retail loans. So I won't focus on this because of the shortage of time. So if you look into the, okay, what I put to this, okay, so if you look into the deployment of credit, so which I have shown here, so this was the year-on-year growth rate of credit for overall as an aggregate level. Suppose if we look into again categorization of credit to agriculture and allied activities, industry, services, and personal loan. Suppose if you look industries, the credit is started declining from April. The credit is not declining. That means industry don't want to take credit because of low demand, or because of they already have inventories accumulated, so they don't want to take much risk. So that's what the RBI governor has mentioned. In view of subdued profitability and deleveraging by certain corporates, risk-averse banks have shifted their focus away from large infrastructure and industrial loan towards retail loans. So this is because if you see the personal loan is on rising. Because of low profitability in the industry, as well as the banks don't want to take risk. They have the loans to the industry has been declined, but the personal loans is on increasing. So if you look from August 2018, so now it is around the same pace. It is growing to 17%. The major decline of loan, again, it's from credit is growth rate is the services sector. So industry, it's also in the in 5.8%. If you look here, the contribution of credit flow. So 31.9% it was the personal loans. Now it is 60.6%. So the banks are focused towards giving personal loans than to the industry. Earlier it was 45%. It was reduced to 25.9%. So industry, the services industry 15.2% and 3.1% in February 2020. So that is because of we have most of the time we have read in newspapers also that and analysis also that the industry is not performing and its profitability is declining. The inventories are accumulating because of low demand and all that. The banks also don't want to take risk because this as a spillover effects which definitely affects on the employment, especially the informal employment in the industries. And so the impact of the economic crisis will be generally on all economic activities. We know that because of lockdown, except essential services, all economic activities came to an abrupt halt. There is a disruption in demand and supply chain forces. The burden of the lockdown is disproportionately, it was borne by the unorganized labor force, and the informal employment got affected. So focusing on the unemployment status, if we see, this is again the data by Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, a Mumbai-based think tank which provides weekly data on the level of unemployment. 15th March, we had unemployment to the tune of 8.21. Again, this is the urban unemployment. So 22nd March, we had around 8.66 unemployment percent, and 29 March we had the unemployment because of lockdown. The unemployment rate has, yes,
Niranjan?
yes, sir.
Yeah, can we limit this time up, please? Can you come to the conclusion? Hello? Hello, Niranjan, you are audible? Hello?
I can see. I'm blocking. You go quietly. Right.
Hello, Niranjan?
Will you go? I'll just put it up. Yeah. Go, click on. I'll put it up.
Hello?
And then I'll put it back.
Hello, Niranjan? Jeevan Kumar, sir. Sir?
Eli, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ?
Yes, sir. Can you continue, sir? That's, I think, sir, there is some problem with Niranjan's network and all.
But he is the last speaker. He has to complete. You still.
Yes, sir, but
can you move the slides forward? Is there possibility for us to move the slide forward?
One second, sir. Okay. Niranjan? Hello? Wait a minute. Co-host ನೋಡಿದ್ಯಾ?
I think the best part of his paper is yet to come.
Yeah.
Over to after statistics, what he's going to tell us. That was not yet shown to us. I was wondering whether we could go through the rest.
Sir, he is having some network problem in his place. Because of the reason he's not able.
Okay.
Please continue, sir.
No, is it possible to see the rest of his slides? Will you try to see?
Yeah, Neeraj. Sir, he is connecting.
Okay.
Connected.
Okay. We can only take up question and answers after he completes, so I think we have to wait. Meanwhile, if listeners have any questions to ask, you could put it on chat. To speaker 1 or to speaker 2, you can put it on chat. I would like to listen to Dr. Sandeep on the opportunities in the context of COVID-19. You mentioned one or two: reform of content and curriculum. I'm sure there are, especially school education, but I'm sure there are many other opportunities. I'd like you to elaborate on that once we are through with this.
I request participants, if you have any questions, then you can ask the resource persons. They are here until Niranjan sir is to
Yeah, participants, if there are questions, you can put it on chat so that Dr. Mallama can look at it and then inform the resource persons. We will give a few more minutes to Dr. Niranjan and see if he's able to reconnect, because we need to know what is the essence of his paper. He went into a lot of statistics, but then what is he telling us through his paper is something that he wasn't able to tell us. So I'm waiting to either if the organizers can project his the rest of his slides, or ideally if he can come back, nothing like it.
Yeah, Niranjan is online. Niranjan, will you continue? Niranjan? Hello? Hello? Sir, Jivan sir.
Heli. What shall we do?
We will go ahead with the question and answer. Sandeep sir and Krishna Ombala is online.
Okay.
So we'll go with the
Any
question and
questions?
answer. Sorry.
Dr. Mallama? Okay, no problem. Any questions on chat to Dr. Mallama? I think we will give a few minutes to Dr. Sandeep Nair. Dr. Sandeep, if you can listen, and if you heard me earlier,
Yes.
I'm particularly keen on knowing what are the opportunities now in the post lockdown scenario, or in the post COVID-19 scenario. Let's hope is earlier than later. What do you think are the opportunities for online, virtual learning, and how do you think we should reform the existing system? Can you take a few minutes to tell us about this?
So, thank you. So, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So, the use of the word virtual learning, although I am not very comfortable with that word actually, because I believe learning should not be virtual, it should be actual. But I'm actually using that to indicate something more. So here, coming to the fact, there's no escape of the fact that technology is here to stay, at least now in the situation. In this context, sir, the major opportunity that I see is there's a great amount of disconnect as of now in terms of family and the child's education. Now here, because it is going to be from home, otherwise they are going to be facilitators, I'm very happy about how the family will get integrated in the child's learning. And therefore, I strongly believe that the family should also be engaged or trained or to be nurtured in how to be a positive facilitator. So family integration is something which I'm very happy about. Also, it's got negative, but positively, I'm happy about it. So also very strongly believe that society and sports are two components which were not active part of education as of now in school. Looking back at the previous heritage of education, my point is this: sports helps us the attitude of learning to fail. I think it's now either studies or sports. There's not been an actual integration. So here, keeping in mind the physical distancing requirement, and they're talking about the time schedule changing, we have to basically look at the entire curriculum and see what can be dealt through sports, what can be dealt through social interaction and skill development, and what can be developed at family. So therefore, that is a greater integration of society, sports, and family, along with schools and technology in the learning process. That's my fundamental premise, sir. Of course, a lot of work may still be done on that. Now, my point is, sir, I also believe that school education has to be greatly decentralized and contextualized. There's a great amount of centralization of educational content. I think it requires to be decentralized. I am not going into the the other aspect of how syllabus is made and things like that. But whatever is required from a particular place in a context, profession, family, or a place, that's not taken into consideration. So I believe in decentralization of and contextualization of education. And second thing, integration of society, sports, family more actively, just as important as schools and technology in the education.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandeep.
Thank you, sir.
That completes your picture, what you wish to say. So I'm glad we gave you a few more minutes. That's a complete paper, and it's much appreciated. I'm sure there would be observations on that. So is Dr. Niranjan coming back?
No, sir. He is having some issues with his network.
Okay.
We'll go ahead with that, sir.
Okay. The thing is it possible for us to see the rest of his slides?
I'll share with you also in a group, and for you also I'll send it, sir, with his permission.
Yeah. If you can do that now, then we can complete that and then go into question and answer mode.
He is unable to join, sir, because of some network issues.
Yeah, doesn't matter. But if you have access to his PPT,
no, sir.
You don't have.
No, sir. I'm not. No, sir. I'm not having
Okay. Fine. No problem then. So we'll leave that as it is. I'm afraid we would not be able to get into the essence of what Dr. Niranjan was trying to tell us. But we have two excellent papers, and Dr. Krishna Humbal already had a couple of questions. Are there any more questions for Dr. Krishna Humbal?
No, sir. I don't think so, sir. In chat, there is no questions, sir.
On chat, there are no questions. Okay. So is it possible live question and answers? Is that permitted, or have you already?
Yeah, surely, sir. If anybody wants, they can raise their questions. We'll unmute and they can ask the question.
Modalities. How do they? Can they unmute themselves?
In the reaction, they can raise their answer.
Okay. So here's a request to all those who are listening in, who are watching this program, this session. You have any questions to either of the two people who have spoken, kindly raise your hand. There's a provision there for you to raise your hand. Once you do that, then the organizers will unmute you and then you can ask a question. But please be brief, please be direct, and please indicate to whom you're asking a question. Have any hands been raised?
No, sir, not yet.
No. Okay, end of the day, probably people are little.
Dr. Manoj is online, sir. He wants to ask some question. Dr. Manoj?
Dr. Manoj, you can ask.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, nothing. Actually, there are some couple of questions to Dr. Niranjan. He's my colleague. I'm from the same university in the different, section. No matter. Actually, there's in the pandemic situation, the whole economic situation of the whole country or even the world is getting changed. Now, to Humbal sir or anybody, the organizers from the political science department. Okay. So, how can you look this the pandemic situation in the change in the political scenario or the front, the political scenario of the whole India or the world, how it is going to be looked at?
In the post-COVID situation.
Yes, sir.
Krishna Humbal, did you understand the question? Would you like to respond?
How do we look at the political scenario in the post-COVID situation?
Yes, sir.
Fine. As far as politics is concerned, it largely depends upon the people's perception, but still, one can find solace. One can find solace with the matter that whatever the political leadership that is given by the current establishment is always subject to greater scrutiny and debate. And there should not be any self-complacency on part of the establishment, whether at the union, state, or even at the decentralized agencies level. But one thing is certain: India is the largest democracy, and it has a second largest population in the world. So it has already invested, but whatever the investment that it has made in addressing the anxieties of the people, that investment, whether it is adequate or inadequate, is always a subject to the what you call scrutiny again, because it has political, economic, social, and even cultural implications and also ramifications.
Really.
But one thing is certain. Democratic efficiencies and deficiencies have always to be looked at with scientific temper. And people are always the depositories of the authorities of the state. So that way, their aspirations have to be taken care of and their problems have to be addressed. Whatever the political party that comes to rule the state or nation. So perhaps, Manoj sir, the political situation continues to be so, and what you call in the context of the present situation, you do see in the federal setup, there are differing opinions that in a way it has given a way for a consultative and a cooperative federalism that is being strengthened, is one opinion. And secondly, there is also one more opinion that it has given way for pro-capitalist tendency. It is going to strengthen
that's the point.
corporate.
Exactly, sir.
That is going to strengthen. That is going to strengthen the hands of the corporate sector even in the health sector itself. So that means for 2 or 3 days ago, you must have seen that the rates 4 lakh, 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 8 lakh, and even 16 lakh rupees like that in order to treat the COVID patients. It clearly indicates that it is going to create a big chasm between the rich and poor patients affected by the COVID. So perhaps this will have its own implications on each and every individual for that matter.
Sir, and I think wonderfully answered. I think very elaborative answer, sir. Very nice session, all the three. And maybe we are unfortunate not able to hear Dr. Niranjan sir fully. Maybe he may come back. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Now, Mohandas sir raised the hand. Please ask your question, sir. Mohandas sir, please ask your question.
Thank you so much, madam. The 3 sessions have been great in giving their insights as well. I want to make some reflections, not a question actually, because one question now rose up about what will be the political impact globally as well as in the Indian scenario. I'll be giving only 1 minute. Please give me 1 minute time where I can just give the gist of whatever I have been understood so far. Well, it is to know what will be the future prospects of the global impact of COVID-19. I think there will be a new global order itself. A new world order will be coming up in terms of economics as well as in the political situation. We've already been seen how China and US been facing the big clashes between their, the spread of virus being made with Western countries. So already economies are in turmoil. It might take a long time for them to catch up and gear up for the future generations and develop. That is what in India also what we see. But again, when it comes to the Indian political scenario, what I feel that the present government or the clashes between the ideologies might decline. In terms of understanding that people are waiting to listen something, might be it is freebies or employment or whatever. If this government is good at its presentation and successfully coming up with whatever the employment and GDP is under development, we might see a good scope for the further the development of the present government. It might go on, but again, when we see that after the COVID-19, there will be a great disaster among the political situation in India.
Thank you.
So might be the economic situation as present. I feel that there is some sort of disturbance in the savings and the employment sector. So we have no need to worry because India's GDP is not stagnant always. It is ups and downs. What we see, any government might come and go, or any COVID or whatever disease come and go. But the GDPs in India has always been fluctuating. But I don't think so. There's a great impact which might make in. But again, all might catch up after 3 or 4 months or whatever when the COVID or the lockdown is being lifted up. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Now I request our Professor Chairman Jeevan Kumar sir to conclude the session.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me briefly summarize what we have learned from this particular session. As the organizers intended, there were 3 paper presenters. We had Dr. Krishna Hombal talking to us about the human rights of migrants during the lockdown. Then we had Dr. Sandeep Nair talking about the essence of education broadly, and then the challenges and opportunities of virtual learning. And we had Dr. Niranjan, who presented perhaps half of his paper on employment in the informal sector and how the COVID-19 is going to impact this particular sector. So thematically, they are different papers. This is not a thematic panel, so therefore papers from diverse backgrounds, diverse disciplines have been presented here. But what I see a certain similarity in the approaches taken by each of the 3 paper presenters. When Dr. Krishna Hombal spoke about human rights of migrants, he went to great length to explain to us exactly what are the human rights that migrants are entitled to, and how during the lockdown scenario, how human rights have been systematically omitted, forgotten, violated, despite the presence of institutional arrangements, both international as well as national, and to certain questions about the role of the Supreme Court and whether it was adequate, or to a question about whether the employers have also forgotten that they owe certain rights, that they owe something to the labor that they employ, and to the question about the political scenario. I think the responses were also adequate. Krishna Hombal's responses to the questions were also adequate. That was a broad perspective. But I'd like Dr. Krishna Hombal also to reflect upon a couple of things, since he's looking at human rights and working in that particular area. 2 areas which I think are of concern to all of us is, now these migrant labor have gone back to their respective hometowns. Most of them, some may perhaps still be in transit. We need to look at what kind of human rights they are entitled to in their respective home states. I'm specifically asking you to look at the right to livelihood, the right to employment, right to food, and so on. It's precisely because of the denial of these human rights that these millions of migrants have migrated, left their home states and come looking for better prospects elsewhere. Now that they've gone back, what do you think are the human rights that these migrants are entitled to back at home? Do you think that these host states would be able to take care of these human rights? It's a huge challenge because lakhs and lakhs of them have gone back. You also are familiar with the fact that now in cities, employers want them to come back. They're offering SOPs to them, offering incentives to them. Once they agree to come back, what kind of scenario should they agree to come back to? We know that these human rights are, being violated systematically. So will they come back to the same scenario? Will it be back to square one? Or can we expect a better state of affairs in the future? This is where I think as policy scientists, we should be able to look at that. We have no time to respond to this, but and perhaps on a future occasion, we could interact on this particular scenario. As far as Dr. Sandeep Nair's paper is concerned, an excellent presentation, because virtual learning seems to have become the order of the day, and all of us are busy with our laptops, busy with our telephones, trying to spread knowledge, which we used to do in a completely different way earlier. The new challenges are completely different. First of all, as Dr. Sandeep Nair said, let's understand what education is all about. And when he spoke about the 8 C's, I think all of us as teachers need to be conscious that these 8 C's are exceedingly important, and we cannot forget them even under the changed scenario that we are now experiencing. The opportunities, as he pointed out, are huge. How do we respond to these opportunities? How do we integrate the family? How do we utilize sports? How do we involve society? How do we contextualize the entire scenario of the kind of learning, virtual learning, which is not a very nice term, as he himself said. Learning should not be virtual. Learning should be real. Learning should be actual. There are opportunities. There are challenges, but there are also opportunities. How do we respond to that? Dr. Niranjan had a very interesting paper. He, of course, spent a lot of time giving us statistics and graphs and charts and so on. But the change scenario of COVID-19 on employment in the informal sector, that was the thrust of his presentation. And he also, perhaps, had he been given the time to, or had he been able to get back to us, would have told us perhaps what those challenges are, what the opportunities are, and how we can respond to that. So from these 3 papers, I think what we take away, what we take home, is the fact, is 2 or 3 things. And let me quickly summarize this. Things are not going to be the same in the post-COVID scenario. Post-COVID itself perhaps is being a little too optimistic, because we are told that the vaccine is far away, and there are newer things that are happening to this particular virus. So we may have to learn to live with this virus for quite some time. Hopefully the vaccination would be available, but we're not very sure how effective that would be. And therefore there's a big question mark over how we carry on our respective activities in future. The 3 sectors that we looked at, migrant labor, human rights, education, and the formal sector particularly. And the question that was posed about the political scenario and so on, tells us that since things are not going to be the same, at the policy making level, there needs to be a major introspection as to how we are going to deal with this change scenario across different sectors, be it the primary sector, agriculture, be it the secondary sector, industry, or be it the services sector. I think all the 3 sectors have been covered in today's in this session's presentation. Across all the 3 sectors, major policy changes will have to be undertaken, because it will not be business as usual once we are able to get back to whatever we are trying to do. So this calls for major policy reform. And I think it's important that all of us in academics look at our various sectors and come up with ideas and inputs on what kind of policy reforms are required, so that we are able to A, understand the challenges, B, address the challenges, and C, come up with suitable reform measures, so that we, in the context of the change scenario, are able to respond in a positive, optimistic way. I like the overall spirit of Dr. Mohandas's presentation. Things are changing. A new global order, both global and national, are in evidence before us. The unfolding of this new order is evident before us. Perhaps we need not be very pessimistic. If you're optimistic, we may be able to see a better and a more reformed scenario, where things may go along quite differently. We'll have to get used to that, but perhaps we need not be as pessimistic as we think things are at this point of time. So thank you. I'm grateful to the organizers, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Mallama. Thank you for doing a good job of coordinating the presentations. Dr. Ramesh, thank you for inviting me to chair this session. I benefited from the 2.5 presentations. Hopefully you will think of, this is the last session, hopefully you will think of collecting all the papers, the major points and so on, and coming up with a good document, because if you are able to, those of us who missed the earlier sessions, if you're able to tell us what actually transpired throughout the entire international conference, what are the outcomes, and what do you think things should be done in future, that would be a good outcome of all the effort that you have put into this international conference. Thank you very much. I hand over the microphone back to the organizers.
Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being the chairperson for the particular session. Thank you so much, sir. I will hand over to the organizer, Professor Ramesh, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam. Jeevan sir, definitely whatever your suggestions and all the things, sir, definitely we'll take the things, and we have a plan to take up all the papers and make some suggestions to the government or forward it to the our university department side. Definitely we'll do it, sir. Sir, before I go for a vote of thanks, we have our Professor Asadi sir. I would like to listen his word. Asadi sir, you would like to say something, sir? Asadi sir? Asadi sir, if you... Okay, I think... okay, it was a great session from morning. 10 o'clock the sessions was started. We come to the today's end of the sessions. Tomorrow also we have continued sessions, the paper presentation and all these things. And for this particular session, I would like to extend my thanks to the chairperson of the session, Professor Jeevan Kumar sir. He is my professor also. I'm very happy, sir, for you joining with us and giving a wonderful thoughts and inputs on COVID-19 and enlightening all our participants and us. On behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself, I extend my thanks to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining with us.
Most welcome. Thank you. I enjoyed myself. Thank you.
And we also have our another professor, Krishna Hombard. Always he is ready whenever I ask any any presentations or any inputs. He'll be always ready to. He wholeheartedly he welcomes. He's taken so much of risk and joining here with all his busy schedule, because Krishna Hombard sir is the chairman of the department. So I'm the Department of Political Science is very happy to extend thanks to the Professor Krishna Hombard for his excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Krishna Hombard sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
and and again Professor Sandeep Nair sir, excellent person, down to earth, and his presentation was also like that, only very beautiful. Sandeep sir, there is no word to say about your presentation, and your paper is really wonderful. I think it will be included in the journal, and everybody will appreciate it when all the participants go through your paper. Really, it's a wonderful paper. On behalf of the Department of Political Science and myself, I extend my thanks to you, sir. Thank you, Sandeep sir. And again, it's my duty to extend my thanks to our department colleague, Dr. Malama ma'am, for being a moderator in the last minute, because actually it was not her, but I requested Malama ma'am, and wholeheartedly she is accepted. I'm very, very happy and thankful to Malama ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, for moderating this session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
And,
Welcome, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And not the least, my good friend Niranjan. Unfortunately, because of his network problem, he is an excellent presenter. He is always, I can say that he is always a play with statistics. He always use the more of statistics and present his views. Unfortunately, we are not able to do this presentation. Maybe, hopefully, next some other time. Or I'll try to share his presentation to the Telegraph and all my participants with his permission, and extend my thanks to Professor Niranjan on behalf of the Department of Political Science and Rani Chennamma University. Thank you, Niranjan, for your valuable presentations and all. And finally, we are concluding the day with thanks to our media partner Rajguru Info, who is giving a live telecast in YouTube channel, and my technical assistant Santosh Rajput, and my team Ravi, Mallikarjun Shigunji, and all my department professor, chairman Professor Y.S. Balwant, and Professor Kamalakshi Tadasar, Prakash Katimani, and Hanmatappa, and my university authorities. For all of them, thank you so much. Tomorrow morning, we'll join again 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. Have a safe day. Thank you, sir.